You have no idea whether or not I have a jacket on. Anyway. Hi, Soul Train. Hello, JM and NJ. I added in the vowel. My bad. Hey, Valkyrie. Hi. I'm back. How's your Fridays? My Friday was uneventful. Just how I like it. It is now Saturday for me. And possibly Saturday for some of you. I am back, and I am here, and I am streaming. Okay, I've got... Do I... A good Friday night so far? Hell yeah! Oh, okay. Looking at all the new emotes since you had me download those extensions. You only need one of them. Yeah, I have a lot. Thanks to Z. That one's a classic. Love that emote. There we go. Yeah, last stream. That one doesn't show up in, well, this chat, because that's an unlisted email. Unlisted emotes are not safe for, or rather, the safety of unlisted emotes is not guaranteed if you decide to use them. But you know, we have this. Warframe! That one you can see. What is this inequality? Can't have nice things. So, there was an emote for us that we had. Was a lick the abs. And the lick the abs emote had to be re-uploaded. Because the original lick the abs had underboo, and that was apparently bad, so we had to upload a cropped version of it. I'm really surprised no one even had that emote. God, what have you done here? They fly because they can. Thanks, Quiet. I've been enlightened. I'm glad the reason you gave me was just they can. Just remember me, I still have an alert I need to hop on real quick to do. Eh. I've been finding myself wanting to just stay in bed all day. Which is generally not a good sign. Generally not a good sign if I want to be in bed all day. That's a bit of a inclination towards wanting to rot. And I have a very good understanding of what it means to want to go rot. Wing area, weight, speed are the key factors. Yes, I'm aware. Blueprint for Nyx is being given away along with all her components. Is it Nyx Prime? Is it just basic Nyx? If it's not Nyx Prime, I don't care. I already have Nyx. I'll reinstall if it was Nyx Prime. I like Nyx. I used to play Nyx a lot. Hi, Aurelia. Hi, Lunt. Why are you opening my stream when you two are hanging out? Go hang out. What's wrong with you? Actually, what's wrong with you? Only 3 primes I've gotten are Ash Prime and Trinity Prime. I need to buy the Ember Airline? Airline? Heirloom. I don't actually know if it's limited. Is it limited? Do I have a time limit? Warframe DLC. I did see the Game Awards. Yeah. I want this skin. But is this limited? Like, is it gonna go away? Doesn't seem like it. Dude, Witcher 4. Damn, that's crazy. Witcher 4. It's a Witcher game that I might actually pick up. Also, because, you know, Siri is You doubt it'll go away or stay forever? Which one do you doubt? The Monster Hunter Elden Ring is interesting. I have to say, the Monster Hunter Elden Ring is interesting. Doubt it'll go away? Okay, okay. Didn't watch it because I had no idea it existed. It started around when 2 hours from now yesterday. I think it's around about when it started. It was around then. So they actually announced a lot of stuff. Fucking Warframe. Good game. I just can't believe I played so much of it when it first came out. When it was in pre-release, it was like beta or something. They cost me too much money back in the day? Wait, what do you mean by that? Cost you too much money back in the day? All I know about a lot of these awards, what is it? Oscars? Emmys? And Dress Shop. Ah, I see. I see. I understand. Ah, yeah, the Golden Globes, thank you. For the longest time, weren't all of those awards just... What's it called? American only for the longest time. And it's more and more recent years that a lot of more overseas films started showing up. Good thing the Game Awards does it differently. I wonder how they determine how the voting is set up. It's almost like the Game Awards awards things to games that you know, like, how did Fallout win video game adaptation of the year? It is a good adaptation, you know. I won't lie. I think it's a good adaptation. Rare, very rare. %80 of votes are bad new outlets. 20 is viewer voted. Game Awards will be different, they say. It all ends up the same, you know? Here's a quote. So, where is it? Ambition. Here we go. Where ambition meets industry. There we go. I found it. It's actually... I found out about this from, what the fuck is his name? Josh Hayes? Magic the Gathering card with the flavor text. Where ambition meets industry, passion is poisoned by greed. It's a spooky quote, honestly. You can attribute a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with nowadays to greed. A lot. So fucking much. Too fucking much, honestly. Everyone's a little bit greedy, you know? Everyone's a little bit greedy. But you know the easiest way to not be greedy? I just don't want anything. Very simple. Hello, hi, bye. Just was looking and now I leave to get sleep. Have good sleep, dude. Have a good sleep. Sorry, I'm like speaking weird today. I'm like not sure. I've like lost. I've lost myself. Maybe I'm just being self-conscious. Or maybe it's the fact that I feel my throat being weird. Like I'm like sick or something. Really hard to tell. Live action Hollywood films are going down the drain. That's it. Hollywood is having trouble keeping up with the times. So, yeah. Actually, fucking dying. So many movies come out. And I just go, what? That was out? Oh. Did you know that the fucking Yakuza movie, Like a Dragon, the Amazon Prime one, that was really shit and nobody liked? Yeah, how you piss off all the fans? And then and your new viewers have no reason to really care about a new IP? Why did these directors pretend like they know better than what made a series great? You want to deviate, okay? Why are you deviating so much? And it got nominated for best video game adaptation of the year. What a joke! What a fucking joke! And I feel like it's because we didn't really have much else. Like, what video game adaptations did we have last year? We had Fallout. We had Arcane. What was the other one? There was one more. One Piece isn't the video game, though. Oh god, Borderlands. What the fuck are the best adaptation? Oh, Tomb Raider. Oh, and Knuckles! I haven't actually watched Knuckles. Borderlands would have been a bigger insult. But yes, so we had best video game adaptation. It was Arcane, Fallout, Knuckles, Like a Dragon, Yakuza, Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft, which was actually not that bad from what I can tell. Maybe, I'm not sure. I haven't watched it. All I know is it doesn't look bad. Category best adaptation is not a good category in hindsight because eventually going to run out of options due to the demand going down as years go by. Yeah. Fallout 1. Which is surprising to me, considering how many people won't shut the fuck up about Arcane. Arcane's good. Arcane just wins every year. Arcane is good. I watched the entire first season. I liked it. But I didn't really care to watch it to begin with. I just ended up watching it just because. I'm not, like, pissed about the Fallout win. I'm just surprised. I'm more pissed that Like a Dragon Yakuza was fucking even considered. Live action is harder to adapt than animated. You know, you probably could have found someone that looked more like Kiryu than the guy that ended up playing Kiryu. Most anticipated video game category is so silly. Just award the game that has the most publicity. That actually is what that award is. It's just whichever game that has the most hype. Yeah, that's it. Most anticipated game. What was the nominees for that? You see. Ah, yes, Grand Theft Auto 6. The 1917 Yakuza game, though? What was that one called? That was Project something. Yeah, Project something is all I remember. Ryuga Gotoku Project Century! Looks interesting. Might be a Yakuza, might not be. Looks good, honestly. There was that soccer game that seemed fun. Like, I might actually play it. The soccer game was, what's it called? Rematch. Or as Nessie put it, Fifu. The Muppets actually worked this time? Dude. I like that they were there. I didn't like that it was scripted. I genuinely think they should have just been like, hey, you two, be in character, be up there, and then fucking heckle. That would have been funnier instead of having them have, you know, this is your allotted time to say your lines. Belatra won so many! Belatra won so many! And I was like, yeah! Belatra! Like, how many did Belatra win? Mm-hmm. Belatra won a lot. Like, let's see. I can't believe Usada Pecora lost Content Creator of the Year. Although Queso's pretty cool too. They're the only two that I was okay with winning. The other three I had never heard of. Which is, I don't know. Maybe that just goes to show that it's just, they're not relevant in my pocket of the internet. Wasn't it Donkey that accepted the award? Was that Donkey? I don't think that was Donkey. You know, a lot of people didn't even know what Astro Bot was. And I heard about it because I saw the trailer for it, I saw a bit of gameplay, I remember I saw Mint play it. That's the most gameplay I saw, was watching Mint. And I remember thinking that it would be really fun. Sports games titles consists only of numbers and acronyms. I still really like Nessie's dumb name for that rematch soccer game. Because he looked at it and it looked like Sifu, so he called it Fifu. Like FIFA and Sifu combined. Fifu. So stupid. Let me see if I can get the trailer. Like, they're not even in the same category or type of game. Black Myth and Metaphor and Astrobot. They're all very different. And I think Astrobot was actually really good. Very accessible. It's actually a type of game that we don't have again nowadays. We really don't have any games like Astrobot nowadays. Whimsical fucking adventure games that you could play when you're really young and you feel really nostalgic about when you're older. It recaptures that kind of feeling. From what I could see, at least. We actually don't have games like that anymore. They don't make games like that. Like, sure, you could probably list off some examples, but a large one? Large profile game? Like how everyone used to play like Spyro and stuff like that? I played Ape Escape personally. That was my game. Medieval even? Games you played? go on an adventure. Ashbot does that in the modern day. I think that's cool. From the creators of Sifu! Rocket League! I'm actually interested in this. Five v 5. You can pretend you're a blue lock protagonist. I'm like unironically interested in playing that. It's just soccer, no out of bounds. There's like a wall you can use to rebound pass. Cool stuff. I could see it being decent. Provided that there's enough players for it. I don't see myself playing that game long term though, but I could see it being fun to play privately. Soccer game. These game categories actually have nothing to do with game design. There's no best control integration, best graphic fidelity, or even best character designs. Yeah, there isn't like any categories like that. Maybe they'll make one. Like, best game direction, best narrative, best art direction, best score, best music, best audio, best performance. Innovation in accessibility is actually not a bad one. But then it's just best action slash adventure. Best RPG, best fighting game. I'm so fucking glad that Tekken won fighting game. Because, holy shit, it was essentially the only fucking fighting game there. If anything else won, I would have been so mad. Like, multiverses? Dragon Ball Sparking Zero? Those are not fighting games. I hate to fucking say this. Sparking Zero is not a... God. Like, gatekeeping fucking what a fighting game is, yeah. Like, the only 3 games that are actually... You know, I don't even want to say traditional fighting games, but platform fighters just... I'm glad Multiverses didn't win. But Grand Blue Fantasy versus Marvel Capcom. Marvel vs. Capcom, the fighting collection. Arcade classics. Those are just old games. So I'm glad Tekken 8 won. I think this is what Streamer Awards. The Streamer Awards happened a week or something ago, and best fighting game content creator Sajam won. Let's go. Who won best sim and strategy? Oh, Frostpunk 2. What the fuck is Kunitsugami? Kunitsugami. This is a strategy game? Is it just me, or do I feel like remakes shouldn't really make it onto Game Awards? Like, it's one of those things where I'm just like, you had your time. Why do you get to double dip? Like, why do you get to double dip? Best multiplayer this year was Helldivers 2. Actually, a good one. Wow. Best sports and racing game category is like EA and 2K. Best family game, Astrobot. Metaphor won Best RPG. Yeah, ReFantasio, I've heard a lot of good things about. I haven't played it myself. Black Myth Wukong won Best Action. Balatro won Best Mobile Game. Balatro won Best Debut Indie Game. Balatro won Best Independent Game. Best Community Support, Baldur's Gate 3. Best Ongoing, Helldivers 2. Games for Impact. What is this game? Neva? Prince of Persia The Lost Crown was given the award for accessibility. Recognizing software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by an even wider audience. Accessibility is actually not a bad thing. Games for Impact? It's like, let's see what it actually says. Here we go. For a thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. Like, what does that mean? Games for Impact to me is just best DEI game. Oh boy. Dragons don't fly, they just move the universe down, so it gives the illusion of flight. You might be onto something. Best score in music, Final Fantasy Rebirth. Best audio design, Senua Saga. That is a take to click into. But I, I can't see myself disagreeing. Depends on the game, though. Best game direction, Astrobot. Dude, when Balatro started winning a bunch in a row, I wanted Balatro to be winning a bunch of them. Mostly because indie game. Tell me you get your opinions from Reddit without telling me you get your opinions from Reddit. Well, okay, some of those games, alright? Like, sure, you're probably gonna have games that are DEI and games for Impact. Also, because of poker, it'd be funny to see a poker essentially wipe the floor clean of AAA games. I love Balatro. Like, it's a good game. Like, they were like, best independent game, Balatro. Best debut indie game, Balatro. Best mobile game, Balatro. Balatro almost won every category it was in. Almost. Got nominated for so many. Calling Balatro poker is like calling Omega Strikers FIFA. Omega Shakers is more fun than FIFA. That is subjective. That is that is definitely subjective. I think the cameras cut to a shot of the Konami guy sitting in the crowd when Kojima came on stage and all of them were dead silent. So, there was a part that they made a joke or something about, I think it was about Kojima, and the camera cut to him, and he did not look comfortable. I was just like, oh, he does not look happy or comfortable about this. Yeah, the Muppets made like a joke or something and mentioned Kojima, and then they cut camera to him, and I'm just like, oh god. Do we really need to give him worse experiences? There's a reason why Kojima doesn't speak English. He tried once. Like, no, he understands English. It's speaking. It's like a really common thing for Japanese people to feel like a bit of shame, not being able to pronounce words properly. Like it's a cultural type of thing where they just feel like it's like really embarrassing to not be able to speak English properly. And I think one of the years they had a Kojima up. I don't even remember what event it was. Might have been E3. He tried to speak English. And one of the translators just fucking thought he was fine, walked off. He started kind of panicking and looking for his translator. That's a fucking traumatic experience to be in such a large fucking event, speaking to such a large crowd, and you're not confident in your English. Like, fuck. Like, no one, like, this fucking translator walked off. Why? Fucking stay there. Fuck off. And now he just doesn't speak English. He can type it perfectly fine. He can understand English perfectly fine. Speaking is just like another issue. Like, on the flip side, and I can only speak from my own experience, I can understand a lot of just spoken Japanese. Obviously, there's like more complicated stuff that I won't understand, but the average everyday conversation of Japanese I can probably understand. Would I be able to speak it though? No. Maybe really basic sentences. To be fair, as a native English speaker, I still can't speak it properly. English is my second language. So, yeah, I don't know how to. Hey, Dark Zalgo. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, I don't know how to, like, describe this. Just the fact that I forget. I forget that English is my second language. I genuinely forget this. You know what's funny? When I started school, I didn't speak a lick of English. I just learned from being exposed to people that did speak English. When I first started schooling, I just didn't speak English. And here's the difference, right? I ended up bilingual because my parents decided, very important rule. In the household, we only speak Cantonese. My first language is Cantonese. We only speak Cantonese in the house. If I catch you speaking English, you get in trouble. Right? At home, you speak Cantonese. Outside the house, you can speak English. But when you speak to us, speak Cantonese. So you're kind of forced to remember two languages. Because I need English to be able to interact in school, because no one else speaks Cantonese. So that ended up being a thing. Growing up, I ended up having two languages. And for comparison, I had a cousin that was my age. Right? She was slightly older than me. Oh yeah, I think that's how I found you to begin with. I can't read Chinese. I'm a failure. They tried so hard to get me to learn how to read, and I refused because I hated all my teachers. I didn't learn it out of spite. I sort of regret that nowadays, but it can't be helped. Um, I'm only guessing from context that that's just the characters for Cantonese. Through context, I'm assuming, right? I might be wrong. So for my cousin of the same age as me, her parents were terrified that their kids would not be able to speak English. So they learned how to speak English fine. They can't really speak a lick of Cantonese. They can understand it, but they can't speak it. So, yeah, I guess my parents were smart in that regard. They were like, I'm not worried about my child being able to learn English. They will learn English from school. Like, it'll just happen. So they were like, we're gonna make sure they can actually, our kid can actually fucking speak Cantonese. And I can, but my Cantonese is probably a bit broken now because I haven't spoken it in over 10 years. For me, it was translating Chinese subtitles to English of Cantonese drama that helped me learn a lot of characters. I didn't do that. I actually didn't do that. I only read the English part. Like, for me, I know some words. Like, I know some characters. Not words, characters. I know some characters. But a lot of the characters I know are characters that they mostly use in Japanese. So there is overlap. There is definitely overlap. And the way you could tell the difference between Japanese and Chinese when it comes to written is just whether or not there's a presence of kana. Hiragana and katakana. If you see hiragana and katakana, that's Japanese. I know it's not easy to distinguish if you don't really know the difference. Same with Korean. The Korean written language has a lot of circular symbols. That's how you know it's Korean. Actually, all the Asian language writing systems are all very unique from each other. Yeah, Korean phonetics. I've heard that Korean is really easy to learn. Like, learning how to read Korean is actually apparently really easy. I've never tried. Could be something to look into in the future. The Korean language, on the other hand, is like, I wouldn't even know how to begin to pronounce stuff properly. All I know in Korean is 감사합니다. Is your Hong Kong cousins who know how to write? Dude, I loved Hong Kong. I miss Hong Kong food. I'm so glad I have a couple of places here that are Hong Kong cafe style restaurants that do actually manage to capture it. Like, I have this one restaurant I go to that actually, oh my god, it's like a slice of Hong Kong. when I sit there. When I sit inside that restaurant, it feels like a slice of Hong Kong. Like obviously they've got stuff to make it more that way, right? But when I look at the clientele, I listen to the languages that the waiters speak to each other. The waiters speak Cantonese or Mandarin. I've heard both there. So it's, dude, it's true. It is cheap. Actually, this restaurant that I go to, this Hong Kong restaurant I go to, it's actually relatively cheap compared to most places. Like you can pay like 13 to anywhere from 13, no, 12 to like 18 bucks for a meal. For a restaurant, that's pretty cheap. Well, when you get close to 18, that's around standard. Like anywhere 15 and under is usually generally a decent deal. Cheaper than that is just like holy fucking bargain. That's cheap eating. Sorry, ads happening. Thinking about places. An Asian Ocean Mart near that I frequent a lot. Oh my god, Ocean Mart. Oh my god, you just like unlocked a memory. I think we actually have some in. Do we have some here? I feel like we do. We do. Oh wait, that doesn't look right. That's not groceries. Is it groceries? Does it have groceries? It should. Huh. This doesn't look right. Australian website for Ocean Mart doesn't look right. But I do remember going to a Ocean Mart. Maybe there's one in New Zealand. Maybe not. Maybe I just remembering wrong. I might just be remembering wrong. But I do remember going to a lot of those large supermarkets, Asian supermarkets, a lot when I was younger. Because you know, when you're younger, you get dragged everywhere. They don't leave you at home. You're not allowed to be left at home. They started leaving me at home when I started getting older. I liked it when I was left home alone. That's the only time I actually felt happy. I think I remember the most about going to those places was just getting like the Asian snacks. The oh, the thin shrimp crackers. I used to get them all the time. Oh, here we go. Which one is it? Is it this one? It was the Nongshim brand, I remember. There was another one. There was another brand. Was it a Hong Kong brand? I don't remember. Planters Peanuts? God, I remember these peanuts. Hang on, which peanuts do I remember? Where's RC Cola? Oh, what was it? Ah, I found it. A core memory. Smaller brand, kind of like Coca-Cola. But where I was raised, it was the brand. Ah, okay. Had these a lot when I was really young. Almost always had one of these. I really like this. I didn't even know there was a chicken flavor, because the flavors I'd had only ever had was like the coconut one. Because that's the only one they ever bought, was just the coconut one. It was the most common one. These were nice. It was just like, they just had like a coating. Nice crunchy coating, and then there was a peanut inside. You had the non-chim shrimp crackers that I used to eat. And Yakult. Lots of Yakult as a child. And all the different weird not Yakult brands. That was also a thing. Roasted peanuts with a shit ton of salt on them. Yeah. You know, there was I was watching a video the other day about the state of America and how come Americans know little to nothing outside of America. And it's really interesting what happened for your culture to end up so fucking insular. Not that many. Like I think there was a period of time where there was not that much immigration. Like immigration was like limited, and the amount of information coming in from other countries was also limited. It's really interesting to see what happens when your exposure to the outside world was not really a thing. We call it embracing freedom? Yeah, but it really illustrates why a lot of Americans don't know much about other countries. Now we have the internet, right? Now we have the internet, so there's a lot to learn about other countries. Here's a question I have for you, Sol. Back in your time, when you were overseas, what was your biggest culture shock, and what was surprising to learn about the opinions of other countries? Because at that time, it would have been very, very different. So, in your slice of time, what was that like? Because you've been abroad. At the time, it was different. In some countries, we were superheroes. Yeah, that's definitely the case. The face of the free world. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. That definitely was the time period when people saw America as just the leaders in freedom. It's like the best way I can put it. Nowadays is actually such a shame that the modern sentiments of people non-Americans is as negative as it is, which kind of sucks. Because I think a lot of the negative opinions stem from the radicalists and poor behaving tourists. So the bad eggs end up ruining the reputation of the whole. There was a trap where women would drug GIs and to get them to knock them up, free ticket to America if the brass found out. I actually remember something like that. To try to get pregnant so that you would be able to go live in America. I have not seen Full Metal Jacket. It's been one of those films I've never really been interested in because I'm not interested in military films or anything to do with like crazy action or whatnot, like action war hero stuff. Like I never liked Rambo. My brother did. My older brother liked Rambo. I never did. So I know little to nothing about Full Metal Jacket. I can tell you a lot about Full Metal Alchemist. I think I've seen scenes from Full Metal Jacket. That's the one with the crazy, not crazy, but like the intense drill instructors, drill sergeants. Is it drill sergeant, drill instructor? They're the same sort of, I think. There's a scene in Nam that depicts the entire thing, but the woman charged. Ah. Oh. Yeah, I've seen like bits and pieces of it when it's referenced, but I've never watched it. I've never watched Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, that's interesting. Arlie Ermy, America's drill instructor. Is that the guy in Full Metal Jacket? Like that's the guy? Is he the actor? Was he also was he an actual drill instructor that was acting it, or was he just given examples to follow? Oh, okay, so he was a real drill instructor. Okay. It's always more convincing if you use someone that's actually in the role. That reminds me. That actually reminds me. I actually got reminded of this recently, but in the 2005 Punisher film, uh, Kevin Nash, I believe his name is, the dude that played the Russian, he got actually stabbed on set, and the absolute fucking mad lad did not react to the actual fact he got actually stabbed and just continued acting the scene. And they kept that take. And I heard a term called no sell. No selling a real stab is crazy. You mean the wrestler Kevin Nash? That's exactly what I said, right? Kevin Nash? Yeah, the wrestler. A huge guy. During The Punisher, he was playing the Russian. The character, the Russian. Got stabbed. Is there another Kevin Nash? Yeah, he got stabbed in the movie because some fucking prop. Okay, so I watched Kevin Nash. I watched Kevin Nash's explanation about the situation and why it ended up happening. One of the fuckers that was in charge of the props was too busy trying to flirt with a Chinese girl to even swap out the prop. The language he used was a bit more colorful. He described that guy as trying to be up her ass. Sniffer ass? I don't remember what the fucking term he actually said was, but there was like an interview or something. Not interview, it's on his like podcast, I think. Then America went on its villain arc. Not by choice, mind you. It's more that America ended up turning into the villain in the rest of the world's eyes. More like the reputation essentially got smirched. Smeared. You think so? You think it was by choice? Well, I guess it is. Depending on how you look at it. Not by, the citizens' choices, from what I can say. My knowledge is relatively limited, though. Like, I'm not American. What said fuck us, and we said, okay, time to play the bad guy. Americans do end up getting a bad rap in the foreign countries, foreign relative to America. But a lot of the people I've met in America are all been very nice. So I do think that it is just a case of you see all the bad and not all the good. Then the 80s happened. What happened in the 80s? Isn't that the year of disco? Disco era? Was that the 80s? 80s was disco era, right? If I remember correctly? Was 80s disco? Yeah, but no selling just meant to be a wrestling term where the person just doesn't take the move, just acts like nothing happened. Ah, okay, so that's a wrestling term. Got it. Yeah, people describe that Kevin Nash no-selled getting actually stabbed. And they talked about how badass it was. It's funny to me because people saw that scene and was just like, holy shit, that scene was so cool. And then they found out later that he actually got stabbed. So they were like, holy shit, he actually got stabbed. That goes even harder. We elected an actor as president, toppled several Central American countries because they looked at us wrong. Beat the Russians at their own game. Actor as a president? Which president was that? I only know like a handful of your presidents. I know of Reagan, Bush, Obama. Trump, Biden. Just trying to remember your presidents. Like, obviously, I know about Lincoln. And then the first Bush. Oh, and Bill Clinton? Was Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton was one of your presidents, yeah? Yeah, Bill Clinton. And 100 plus military operations in the name of freedom. So far, I think... Oh, Nixon. I remember Nixon. I did not know Ronald Reagan was an actor. I've only ever known him as a president. I didn't know he was an actor. But isn't Reagan, like, still responsible for the state of your economy today? Reagan's, Reaganomics of, trickle-down? Sick trickle-down economics? Aren't you guys still suffering from that? Wasn't he the one behind it? Yeah. Hang on, I've got a good image. Trickle-down economics. We also had the best speech you never heard of. It's a speech. This picture! Every time someone brings up trickle-down economics, or even if it was me, I remember this. I don't even know who drew this. One of the American illustrators, I think. For it was in the like, what's it called? Yep. When the top level guys look down, they only see shit. That image is a classic. Watch Joe Biden. Europe has no moral center. What? And then what happens when you force America to play the... I'm gonna listen to it.
And what's so important about the Western Alliance? NATO for NATO's sake, so we can beat our breast? What I'm about to say is going to cause me great difficulty if I'm reelected and come back here as the ranking member or chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. But Europe cannot stay united without the United States. There is no moral center in Europe. When in the last 2 centuries had the French, or the British, or the Germans, or the Belgians, or the Italians moved in a way to unify that continent, to stand up to this kind of genocide? When have they done it? And the only reason anything is happening now is because the United States of America finally is understanding her role. So we do have a national interest. Our national interest goes well beyond the genocide that will spread like a cancer. And I will not take the time, because others wish to speak, to explain what the rest of it is, but I do
When was this? So this was during Reagan's time? Holy shit, I've never seen Biden this young. I didn't even realize it was Biden when I looked at him. I was actually surprised. I was just like, that's Biden? I've never heard of Biden until very recently. And I've only ever seen Obama and Biden memes. Yeah, Biden's being young. That's crazy. Balkans crisis. Oh. He seemed like he'd been in politics a long time, but I had no idea how long he'd been around. This is a comment. Welcome to America as a bad guy. The top comment was like, the boss when you fight them, this Biden. The boss when you unlock him as a playable character, Biden now. I'm like, oh. Just the comments of aging is scary, man. Dude went from this to an old man that can't even talk properly. Fuck. It's so weird hearing him be coherent. Holy shit. All my exposure to all this stuff is through you guys. I don't even know anything about my own politics. The only fucking prime ministers I remember are John Howard and fucking Kevin Rudd. I don't even know who the fuck is the prime minister now? Albo, that's right. Let's not get any polarizing in my chat, yeah? This is generally why politics is avoided. But yeah, no, I was just topic ended up here. More about trying to learn the history and not the politics behind it. Yeah. Sorry, I am always polarized. I am polarized towards the South Pole. Are you a magnet? How's that attraction going? Well, there you go. Ah, okay. So that was related to Reagan's era. I'm assuming that's why you brought it up because that's when we were talking about. Yeah, I was just trying to remember, trying to see if I can actually remember any of your presidents. America is so prevalent on the global stage that people outside of America tend to learn more about America in general. It's after him, but part of his policy. Oh, okay. Like, can I even fucking remember who the fuck my prime ministers are? Oh, I forgot we had a Julia Gillard as a prime minister at some point. Yeah, we had John Howard, Kevin Rudd, Julia Gillard, Kevin Rudd. Then we had Tony Abbott. Oh god. Malcolm Turnbull. I don't think we like any of our politicians. In school, they tried to force us to know all of them. Oh. Anthony Albanese. Who's in power right now? Labor? Right, it's Labor. it's so strange here because over here we don't have a Democratic or Republican sides. We have Labor and Liberal. And I don't know how you can even compare the two to to have like an understanding of which side is essentially which. It's really weird. But as far as our last few presidents, Reagan, Bush, Sr., Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Reagan was that recent? I thought, oh god, man, my like scale of time is actually, I thought Reagan was further back. Oh, okay. Carter, Ford, and then Nixon. Carter, Ford, Nixon. I thought he was like, I guess Nixon's time was not that far back. As far back as I thought it was. A lot of our presidents were single terms. Obama was a double term, right? You have to remember some presidents so 8 years. Oh yeah, okay. And Obama was, you guys had Obama for 8 years. You know, just the way the nature of political systems around the world, it doesn't, it's not an environment that encourages planning for the long term. Unfortunately. Because things you set in place that may take longer than the 4 or 8 years you're in office, it's just not the best idea to set up. Something to do with the fact that your opposition will take advantage of it or get in your way when your term ends. So it's kind of hard to have any form of actual long-term policies that people disagree with. As long as there's any disagreement at all. So that's why change takes so fucking long to happen in countries. Unless there's like a big event. My message won't send? The hell are you trying to send? What are you actually trying to send? Just thinking how complicated it is. Just a world that it's just you don't get into talking about the actual politics behind it, but more of it's like thinking about how long it takes for countries to change or even illicit change. Yeah, what presidents typically do now is set up policies and whatnot for the next term or two. Then that one either tries to rework how those work or they try to get rid of it. Yeah, it's like one step forward and two steps back. You know? Unless let me see. Liberals want to fuck you over while telling you it's for your own good and everyone believes it. Labor wants to make life better for you, but no one believes them. Nationals want to fuck you over and tells they want you fuck you over and everyone believes them, but if someone will still, but some they'll still get hurt. That is a good description of labor versus liberal here. Yeah, what presidents typically do now is, oh yeah, you know, okay, yeah. Conservative and liberal do the same. Yeah, no, it's pretty similar around the world. Australia is a little spooky because a lot of American politics ends up influencing Australian politics. It shouldn't, but it does. It's a bit spooky. A lot of the people in power here. I just sent that message like 5 times. What even was getting flagged? I don't even know what was getting flagged there. Nothing, just failed to send. Policies are all about lining pockets and how they can say it to you to then see which one sticks better. Yeah, you'll find that's common around the world. Unless we have, like, an actual shift in just human thinking, it's not really gonna happen. Which actually leads me to talk about something entirely different than politics, but talking about the science behind stupidity. Culture, too, you're right. But the science behind stupid people. And it's not an intelligence thing. This is actually important. Have you guys heard of the 5 Rules of Stupidity? By, what's his face? Cipolla? 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 Carlo? How do I pronounce that? Cipolla? Cipolla? So, let me read it out to you guys. Ignorance is something cultivated from one person to another. Yeah, so the first law of stupidity that he talks about is everyone always and inevitably underestimates the number of stupid people in circulation. First rule. And here we go. And law 2, all right? Second rule of stupidity is the probability that a person is stupid is independent of any characteristics of that person. So you could be educated and be stupid. This is what this means. Rule 3. A stupid person is a person who causes losses to another person or a group of people when he or she does not benefit and may even suffer losses. Rule 4. Non-stupid people always underestimate the destructive power of stupid individuals. And rule number 5 is a stupid person is the most dangerous type of person. Does anyone disagree with these rules? Because I read that and I was like, holy shit, you're so right. And there was another statement I remember reading where stupidity isn't an intelligence thing. It is not a measure of intelligence. It's not a failure of intelligence. It is what they call a moral failing. Because stupidity is being faced with facts and reason and being willfully ignorant. There's like a arrogance to it of thinking you know better, etc., etc. Chair! Hi, Kuro. Yeah, stupidity has nothing to do with intelligence. It's not living to what you already know. Yeah. It's just, you essentially can't be reasoned with, and it's a type of thinking. It's a way of thinking. Or you could be a based god. But it's a style of thinking, of being stubborn in your way of thinking. It's essentially a type of, like, closed-minded thinking that does not allow for any difference. And a sort of ego or arrogance to believe that you know better. That's one of the problems. Like, you could have someone that is the most educated, they're really well read, very well spoken, and whatnot, and also they themselves end up being stupid because of the way they think. Or you could have someone that's, you would, objectively say not super intelligent, but they work hard, they do their best to try and learn, etc. And then they would appear smart. Like, it's one of those things where how smart you are in terms of like IQ or whatnot actually doesn't fucking matter. I don't care how educated you are, you could still be stupid. It's really scary. They've done studies about this where this way of thinking is more prevalent in larger groups and social settings. When people are in isolated scenarios, they don't really develop this kind of thinking. It is very common, and it kind of spreads through larger social groups. Like, holy fuck. That's scary. So essentially what that means is it's contagious. Yeah. Echo chambers is a word for it. Essentially, right? Echo chambers are formed by the people that have they've fallen into this way of thinking that is really hard to break out of. The only way you break out of it is if you fucking see it yourself. And if you don't, you're not going to break out of it. It comes with a degree of needing some self-awareness to see what you're doing is actually dumb. And people don't do that. That is not a thing humans do. We don't like to think of ourselves as dumb. Which is why I'm an anomaly, because I call myself a dumbass all the fucking time. I think I am very uneducated in the grand scheme of things. I know there's a lot of shit that I do not know. But I'm always willing to learn. I'm always willing to learn, be corrected, etc. And that's the thing that makes it kind of scary, is that stupidity is not an education issue. It's like a ideological issue. I remember reading all of this and I was just like, oh god, that's so much more scary than it being just a fucking education issue. It's not. It's generally not. That scares me. Like, that actually scares me. I'm a genius. I'm the pinnacle of human evolution. It is a moral and ethical issue. Yeah, it's about applying or not applying what you know. It is a moral... Stupidity is a moral failing. And not an intellectual failing. And that makes it kind of scary. Because it spreads. The idea spreads. It spreads. And it's like... Oh, man. That is... And I hate to use this word because it's so prevalent in the SCP, whatever, but if you want to think about it really, this way of thinking is essentially a cognito acid. Because that's exactly what it is. It's like a sort of poisonous way of thinking. And it spreads. It can spread. And it's not super obvious. When I was provided with this information, oh god. How do you fix this? Like, actually, how, it's not something you can look at fixing, but like, how do you even like avoid something like that? How do you avoid echo chambers forming? How do you avoid these very narrow, arrogant, and like ignorant way of thinking? Cynicism is a sign of intelligence. It is. But I think you can take cynicism too far. Genuinely. Obviously, you can take everything too far. That's not really much of a fucking statement. And that's wild. That's like actually wild. This is actually challenging. Because when you find out about all this and you learn that it's not actually an education issue, I don't think there's even a real solution for this. Like, how do you even encourage critical thinking? Actually, it's critical thinking. It's critical thinking skills. How do you encourage that in a way that's actually healthy? So unrelated, but I think I found the theme song to bring the Koeko to the world movement. Yeah, what's that? It's such a like do it all the time by I don't know how, but they found me. Excuse you? Hang on, I'm looking this up. I need your scales for science. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. I don't think I want to give my scales away. One scale. I don't know about that one. Bit apprehensive about giving away a scale. My favorite saying is, I must make it. No, you're not cloning me. Stop it. There can only be one of me. There can only be one. No armies of me. Cease this behavior. Correlation and causation not related unless they are, until they aren't. Yeah! Yeah. Yeah. One of my greatest fears? Being left alive in the middle of open space to drift forever. That is like the pinnacle of greatest fear for someone with agoraphobia. Open water counts, but you said greatest, and my greatest would be in the middle of space. Floating in essentially nothingness forever and never to stop. In essentially an endless expanse. That is fucking awful. Just no boundaries, no walls. Nah, I would choose open water over nothingness. Personally, that's me. But I have agoraphobia, and floating in the open ocean is, at least I'm still on a planet, okay? I'd rather not be in open water. Like, Jesus Christ, what do you mean at least in space you can't be killed? I think the last time I checked, humans can't survive in space. I am not scared of sharks. Shark attacks are extremely rare. You know how you get a shark? You know how you get a shark to eat you? You panic in the water. Flail around so you actually look like food. Otherwise, sharks will generally leave you alone. And if you really need to, I suppose you can just rotate the shark. I'd be more scared of orcas, actually. In the water? If you're in the water and there's orcas around, you better be fucking scared. You actually better be scared. Sharks? Sharks you can survive, okay? As long as you don't appear like they're food, they'll leave you alone. Can we survive a Koeko attack? You tell me if you can survive a crocodile attack. Let me tell you a lesson here. If you ever get grabbed by a crocodile, roll with them. Like, actually. Don't try to resist it. Roll with them. Easier said than done. But go with go in the same direction the crocodile's going. There was a handler that actually got bit. Let's see. Yeah. Fantastic song, but she got grabbed. Did you see how she rotated with it? This was wild. But that's an alligator, not a crocodile. However, you know, they both do the role. Yeah. If she didn't do that, she probably would have lost her arm. She's an animal handler. You have to stay calm. If you panic in that situation, you're losing an arm or dying. Animal handler. Okay, remember, animal handler. It's her job. If she panicked, she wouldn't be an animal handler. Like, yeah, I get it. I 100% get it. But it is in your best interest to try your best to stay calm. It is hard to do. Even if you're panicking internally, at least try and keep yourself, keep your actions as calm as you can. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to do, and she's trained, obviously. I don't know why they death roll. Like, what's the point? It's so they can rip off flesh. Death roll is so they can rip off chunks of flesh to make animals easier to eat, rather than swallowing it whole. Because that can be hard to do. If it's small enough, they can just swallow it whole. Right? But if it's bigger prey, usually they grab the pirate, bite, roll, and that rips off, it tears off chunks of flesh. Like, that's the point. That's why it's done. It's really cool, honestly, seeing crocodiles in action. Just crocodilians in general. And then you have caimans, tiny little caimans. They're so fucking cute. Have you seen caimans? They're so fucking cute. Like there's a species called a dwarf caiman. Uh, let's see. Is there a picture of this guy holding it?
Search for it right now.
Look at those eyes.
There we go. Look, a caiman! I'm sitting here watching stream and I hear a loud creak. Next thing I know, my couch I'm sitting on is in 2 pieces, snapped in half. Oh no, your your couch broke. Look at it. That's an adult caiman. It's so tiny. It's like a cat. Or a medium-sized dog, or sort of. I don't know. No, that's about a cat size. That's about the size of a cat. Caimans are cute. Okay, they get a little bit larger than that. It's so tiny. I like crocodiles a lot. Want a baby lizard? Thing is with owning reptiles is reptiles are very much almost like a houseplant. And you have to be okay with that. They spend a lot of time not moving. And they're not exactly animals that you can really like handle a lot. When I say handle, I mean like pick up and whatnot. Not that kind of pet. Unfortunately. Usually you leave your lizards in a tiny little terrarium and, you look at them from time to time. Am I a reptile? Are you? I think you should know whether or not you're a reptile. No? Man. I think the cutest thing is like domesticated. No, not even domesticated. But like tamed alligators. Like, what's that guy? There's this guy with his emotional support gator. Look this guy up. Emotional support gator. Wally. "7 months ago, Wally, an emotional support alligator, is missing in Georgia." Wally, the emotional support alligator, was stolen during a trip and released into a swamp? No, that's fucked up. That's so fucked up. So, okay. I have my feelings about emotional support animals, right? And it's more about the people than it is about the animals themselves. The people that decide that the emotional support animals is something that you can take anywhere, that's not how that works. Really not how that works. The only animals that are allowed there are actual proper service animals. Just because you have an emotional support hamster doesn't mean you can take it into a restaurant. It's one of those things. Fuck. You know the guy with the emotional support kit got denied entry somewhere? Like, that makes sense to me. I think it's fine if you're not trying to force your animal into the same space as other people's. Uh, huh. It, I don't think the problem is inherently with emotional support animals. I think the problem is inherently with the fact that people try to take them into other places. Time to get a seeing eye alligator? Yeah, good luck. And most commonly, you'll see service dogs. But I wonder if you actually I want to look at this. Look this up. Service animal cat. Do people have service animals? Because service animals are usually dogs. No. So not. Monkeys can be trained to dial 911? That's awesome. ADA law was changed in 2011, and cats are no longer considered service animals because the ADA feels cats are untrainable and unable to handle the strain of service work. Cats can be trained. Cats are very smart, but you can't train them like dogs. It's a different. Was a monkey trained by the railroad to change tracks in the 1800s? There probably was. I don't actually know. But there probably was. And so you see, you got called an emotional support animal once. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or whether or not that's degrading. I can't tell. Yeah, it's less common now because of touchscreen phones, but in the 70s and 80s with hard phone button, you could have a service monkey that could serve as a service animal to make sure the person had their medication or if they were hurt to dial 911. Ah. See, nowadays we have machines for that. We have Life Alert, which will automatically go off based on heart rate, which is what I found out from Sol, actually. If your heart rate goes up by how much? Do you know how much your heart rate has to go up by for it to trigger? What? Don't I dare what? 2%? What, that much? No way, right? There has to be more than 2%. How significant is significant? I want to know how effective this technology is. 2%? I'm not sure what I don't you daring. I'm not. You have to be clear with me. Depends on what your doctor wants. Okay, so in your context, how much does your heart rate have to elevate before it triggers? Like, how much is considered a concern? Because 2% can be arrhythmia and can indicate possible heart attack happening. Mine looks for irregular heart rhythms. Oh. So, either too low? How does it detect for arrhythmia? Well, you actually, I guess you can detect for arrhythmia because then it's not a constant, right? Because there is a sort of tempo to the heartbeat. 2% can be a sign, but the newer ones look at more data points. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to learn or do anything. Hi, cat? Yeah? Tapping me on the shoulder again. Yeah, so I'm trying to like think about it because it's not technology that I would ever look into myself. Because I wouldn't think to. Like, I could probably just very easily Google this. EKG. Oh, okay, yep. I'm more familiar with it. It's an ECG. I can get it to go off at will if I want. Like, there's a button you can press, right? Yeah. So how do you compensate for like fitness activities? Because your heart, like, yeah, like Smile said, like how. That's actually a good question. Yep, but it's so much more fun to force it to. You're a menace. You're a menace. Actual menace. It could see the gradual increase. Oh, okay, okay. So they can tell that it's like a normal increase and not an abnormal sudden increase. So if you got, oh god. So if you got jump scared, would it set it off? Because that's sudden. No, no, I'm not gonna do anything with this information. I'm not gonna actually jump scare you or anything like that. No, I would not do that. I would not do that to you. But like, say, like suddenly something like catches you off guard, you get shocked, heart rate goes up. Would that actually trigger it? If you have a fancy one, it can tell the difference between a resting heart rate and a standing heart rate. Hmm. It could, but it would be very painful. For them. So, do you avoid games with jump scares in them then? Or do jump scares just not do anything for you? This one's interesting. Because I know how I am like when I play horror games and how jump scares are like to me. You get little to no reaction from me at jump scares. They don't do shit? Yeah, I figured they don't do shit. I say that to every person that I can. If you hate Apple, everyone should have one of the new Apple Watches. No, oh, I said to every person that can, even if you hate Apple, to get an Apple Watch. Okay. So what's the reason why you suggest this? Is it because it monitors your heart rate? I've always kind of wanted a smartwatch, mostly so I could tell what my resting heart rate and stuff is, but I don't think it's really information that I particularly care about. However, I do want to link my heart rate so we can have heart rate monitor streams. My life alert only goes off when I want it, or when someone says something so stupid and shit I question my humanity. I wish I knew the context behind what set it off last time. I don't even remember. Someone must have said something really fucking stupid. And it wasn't me. Monitor your heart, your O2 in your blood, your brain activity. Wait, how does it monitor your O2? It's actually enough that it is safer from brain aneurysms? Oh, okay. Trust me, it will happen again. God. I don't think you triggered it last time. I have no idea who did. Like, even if I look back in Sol's chat history, I wouldn't have a good idea. Damn, we came to a deal with the company that made those sensors? Oh. I wonder even what is my heart rate. I might do a 30-second count real quick. Let me see. If I can fucking find my pulse. My current resting heart rate is around 86. The person who said it was on a level I did not know was possible, or he was too young to be here, and Ko should have sent him to the gulag. Yeah, I don't remember the context. I don't even know if the VOD exists. So around 86 is where my resting heart rate is right now. I wonder what those like healthy resting heart rate. Normal resting heart rate range from 60 to 100. For example, a well-trained athlete might have a normal resting heart rate closer to 40 beats per minute. That's crazy. Really efficient heart. How dragons fly? Watch Flight of the Dragons explained in there, even in a scientific way. There's a really funny old advertisement for trans. If you can't find your pulse, you might be suffering from death. Seek medical help immediately. I need to hang on, give me a second. Let's see. Oh, let me see if I can find the origin of that. Okay, this Google search has yielded nothing. Okay, I can't find it. Dragon's flight is explained in the B movie. Okay, so the way that dragons typically fly in fiction. Okay, now I'm gonna actually address this because I forgot to because I got distracted. Or rather, I didn't actually find the timing. I didn't actually forget. I just didn't find the timing to bring it up because we were moving on in topic. So the way that dragons fly is very fun. It's fundamentally different from how bees actually fly. So the explanation behind that, if I actually want to talk about it, is that the way that bees flap their wings is a very like specific way that lets them maintain flight. Dragons do not flap their wings in that way, or often even at all, half the time. A lot of the time, they just kind of fly. So how do you explain the dragons that stay airborne without flapping their wings? And the practicality of flapping your wings that big is, Actually, you know, physics actually does change a bit because they're larger and they're able to create more, lift. Yeah, they just keep pushing the universe down faster than they fall. Dragon's a bit like a balloon. They're full of hot air. I don't think we can come to a consensus here. But that is true. Hot air does rise. But their answer was Jesus, but yeah, no. Yeah, they breathe fire by letting out gases and sparking it. Yeah, I'd actually say so. However, for the dragons that actually have a lot of mass behind them, like they're heavy. So that'd explain it for the dragons that are on the lighter side, but if the dragons are actually heavy, I feel like there's more to it, right? Do you know there was a passage in the Bible of Jesus as a child beating a bunch of dragons, but they removed it? I'm not sure I believe you. This is a real question. Do Western and Eastern dragons fly the same or differently? I want to say differently. Eastern dragons are long and snake-like, serpent-like, and they don't have any wings. So how would it possibly fly the same as a Western dragon that has the wings, right? The Eastern dragon is like a snake, a giant long snake. So with that in mind, do they essentially swim through the air? At least the movement depicted in fiction, indicates that. But what would be the mechanisms of that if they were to do that in the real world? Because they can't. How do Eastern dragons fly? That is a good question. Like, let's see. Let me summon Gandalf. Hang on. Mythical Mania Wiki says Chinese dragons, also known as Eastern dragons or lung. These dragons are traditionally thought to control every form of water, from the sea to the rain to the smallest stream. They traditionally are able to fly even though they don't have wings. This is due to their chimu, a series of crests on their heads. People say that their breath makes clouds and that wherever they appear will bring rain. That doesn't really answer the question of how they fly. You've essentially told me they fly by magic. So, the flight of dragons in fantasy is such a... Manipulating the water molecules in the air to move themselves through it. Thing is how is it dense enough to keep something of that mass up in the sky? The physics behind it doesn't make much sense. In fact, how do you explain superhuman flight? So I can make Kaido and Momo make clouds. Actually is why they make clouds. Kind of how boats float? Well, yes, but the design doesn't... They don't look like boats. So... Stephen Fry. Just thinking about dragons in fiction, man. Like, we used to have pterosaurs and pterodactyls and whatnot. And, what was that one? Quetzalcoatlus? That looks like... genuinely looks as if it's a giant pelican. Wingspan of 11 to 12 meters. What is currently the largest flying... Is it a type of vulture? I think it's a vulture. thing is that, well, yeah, okay, he did that in the, like, originally, but now he just hovers. Oh, it's an albatross? No. It is the snowy albatross. Maximum wingspan nowadays, 3.7 meters, and then great white pelican is a second. So this is based on wingspan. So, pelican. The way that a great white pelican looks is actually relatively similar to the large flying prehistoric flying creatures. The difference being that their wings don't have a thing where they can go. How the fuck do I describe this? They can go four-limbed, so their wings can touch the ground. They probably can touch the ground, but they hold them up towards their back area or to their sides. But shape-wise, they're not that dissimilar from like a Quetzalcoatlus. So you could see pelicans can get pretty big, but the great white pelican, in terms of shape, like if you size them up, they would look relatively similar. Also, pterodactyls probably had feathers. Probably. But no, maybe not actually. Because you can get flight even without feathers. If you look at bats. Are bats the only flying mammal? What other flying mammals are there? I think it's just bats, right? Yeah, bats are the only true flying mammal. So I would say that it's possible that we had prehistoric creatures of flight with similar types of wings to bats. Penguins don't swim, they fly in the water. That actually is essentially what they do. I mean, birds are reptiles that evolved. Yes, correct. But birds are technically reptiles. Technically. Which is why everything tastes like chicken. Genuinely why almost everything tastes like chicken. Makes sense, right? But the way the bats, the way they fly, they have like, how would you describe the way that their wings work? It's like a membrane. And pterosaurs back then were not dinosaurs. They were like a different. Where the fuck pterosaurs are? Archosaurs. Closely related to crocodiles. So where do they sit on the evolutionary tree? How far back would you have to go for them to be... The clade of diapsid reptiles containing all acrosols more closely related to birds than to crocodiles. Okay. Crocodile line, and then they, at this point... Oh wow, they branched off really early compared to where dinosaurs started showing up, so they're a different branch in the evolutionary tree. Pterosaurs. Ornithodira is where it branches out into the two types. And crocodiles branched off a lot earlier. Ostrich? Have you eaten ostrich eggs before? Let me tell you about emus. Emus are dicks. Pseudosuchia, which ends up going and branching out into crocodile, crocodiliforms, early crocodiles. God, it is such a mess. Ostriches are delicious. Do you know how to farm them? How do you farm them? I actually want to try ostrich eggs. Oh, egg. Eggs would be a lot. You know, it's funny to me that there was even a fucking emu war. Why the fuck they call it a war? You know the reason we lost the emu war is because they call it a war to begin with. All it was is them trying to fucking cull the population of emus from fucking up farms. Walk around the ostrich enclosure with a stick that makes you taller than the ostriches, and for whatever reason, they think that stick is a part of you and leave you alone. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I don't think that's necessarily that ostriches being stupid. It's more of them, it's very common in the animal kingdom. Size is the biggest indicator of whether or not you can take something. If it's bigger than you, you leave it alone. That's it. It's not that complicated. One of the things to remember, you could sit the stick down and they will still leave you alone. Like what? Just don't have the stick anymore? They have no object permanence. But in the wild, in nature, if you're able to make yourself look big, Yeah, I've had ostriches kick open their own eggs because they forgot they laid them. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. I genuinely can believe that. Also, me not articulating my thought again. Uh, if you ever find yourself face to face with a predator, make yourself look as big as possible. Helps if you have a jacket. I know for girls they will reject the twin if they have them sometimes. Is there a good picture of someone trying to scare off a predator? Ostriches can be people, don't discriminate. Yeah, well, you know. Let's see, I'm trying to find. Okay, I'm still not finding a good. I'm not actually finding a good video of someone like scaring off a predator. Well, whatever. What I did find was someone talking about why lions don't attack people on safari vehicles. Very simple reason for that, honestly. You're in a vehicle. You're essentially become one large entity, and not one smaller entity that a lion will look at and go, "Hey, that looks meal sized." Comic sized drumstick. God, raccoons, man. Oh, they're so drippy. I love raccoons. Hi! Kitty cat. Fucking feral raccoons are something else. But I love these little trash pandas. They're so cute. American possums have tusks? Yeah, I actually remember that. Hang on, let me look at them real quick. They're not that big, right? Could you even consider them tusks? Can you consider them tusks? Cat. My cat is being very, very noisy. So with the huge front teeth. Okay. Hated all 3 years I walked on ostrich farms. Those things are so dumb. Hi, yes. Sort of like what a tusk is, honestly. My cat keeps bothering me. She's hungry. It's like, it's almost time to feed her. Bother the cat? I bother her when I'm not streaming. Funnily enough, that's when she doesn't bother me. She only bothers me when I'm streaming. And you can tell every time because you see me look to this side, look down, and then I lose tracking. Fucking kitty cat. But I think about the whole size thing in nature and how size is just the easiest way to determine whether or not you can win a fight. And if something looks really big, even if it's fake, you generally don't take the chances in the wild. Oh, sorry, I just cracked my knuckles. People talk about this to be less scared of predators in the wild, but to be actually more terrified of the large herbivores. You guys hear about that? You can make a predator think you're not worth it. But with herbivores, it's very different. Large herbivores are very dangerous. Like, let's see. In terms of danger. Let's see. Large herbivore. I mean, I feel like it would be common sense, but I see tourists try to go up to a bull moose. Oh, God. Oh, God. Moose are actually so fucked. Angry herbivores. Very, very, very spooky. Do not fuck with moose. Like, a moose will fuck you up. You know this one game that I have played where a moose will fuck you up, where it's actually accurate that moose will fuck you up? It's Haven and Hearth. If you come across a moose in that game, you run. You run before it aggroes you. Because they will aggro. Most other herbivores in that game don't. They don't chase after you. But large herbivores, fucking, you fucking, you stay away from those, man. Excuse me? You mean the only time a moose is in danger is when they go to drink water? Oh no, they're going to super deep water to eat. What? What? God. Don't fuck with moose, alright? Like, tourists going up to moose, like, that's how you die. Don't fuck with hippos either! Hippos will kill you! Hippos are scary! 607, 1400 health, 36 kilometer an hour running thing that basically has knives on top of his head. Yeah, you don't fuck with moose. Mooses. Mises. I can't be the plural of moose is just moose. Don't fuck with moose. Okay, that's a bit confusing. How do you know if I'm talking about one moose or more moose? This is just purely context. Canadian geese? Hmm. A lot of birds do. Don't fuck with ravens. Ravens will remember you. They'll okay, no. Not only will ravens and like corvids in general, will they remember you? Crows in particular, they'll pass that information down through generations. They have generational information, so they can remember you through a generation. Isn't that crazy? Can. Not always will. Teeth on their tongue. Hey. They don't show fear around geese and they will not fuck with you usually. Have you seen people get chased by turkeys? Yeah. But yeah, if you ever find yourself stranded in the wild, pray that you never come across a fucking large angry herbivore. And that what you come across instead is a predator, because at least you have a chance with a predator. If you can make the predator fucking... Oh, there are exceptions, obviously. Depends on the season. If you can make the predator think you're not worth the energy, they'll leave you alone. Unless unnecessary, by then you're in for some bruise or breaking ribs or shins. Woo! Do you guys like turkey? Like eating it as a food. Do you guys like turkey? Does anyone not like turkey? Oh god, polar bears. Yeah, don't play dead. But like, you know, you're probably gonna die. You like it smoked? Turkey is okay. I like turkey. Okay, yeah. I've had turkey a few times before. The one time I remember I was at like a buffet. I was at a buffet and they had turkey and a sort of gravy. No, probably if that bear is letting you see it, you're dead. They've been stalking you for miles at that point. Yeah. Polar bear, at least. Oh, actually, it depends on the bear. I think a black bear is also really fucked. I can't remember which one. I can't remember which bear was the bear that you like. You have little to no chance of surviving. The black bears? Black bears are giant goat. Brown bears? Grizzlies, then. Was it the grizzlies that were fucked up? Ah, grizzlies are the fucked up ones. Tell you one thing about bears, they taste great. Do they? I've heard that bear meat has to be prepared a specific way, otherwise it's like bad. Welcome back, Val. Well, yeah, no, that's what I meant by depending on the season. If it's a bear with cubs, they will not back down. They will protect the shit out of fucking whatever the fuck they yeah. You have to cook the shit out of it. Otherwise, you can get parasites. Then it tastes bad, right? Did you know that allergies may actually have, uh, what's it called? May have a connection. It's not super studied, and it may just be correlation. But people seem to think that there's a connection, at least one of the ones they've made, between humans getting consistent clean water and the life cycle of worms that we used to have that were endemic in humans before we had clean water. And the life cycle of that and how your body adapted to deal with worms. Whatever was left over by that, those defense mechanisms that the body's adaptations, now that there's no more worms, your body still has those adaptations. So now, instead of reacting to the worms being in your body, it reacts to almost any foreign, foreign matter. There we go. This is what I was looking for. And it's because of the way that your body sets up these essential fucking bombs, I suppose. Histamines and all that. Which can cause your throat to swell. And your lungs to also swell and make it hard to breathe. Hey, Dip! Been a while. Welcome back in. How you doing? Did you know the term canola oil is actually an acronym? What does the oil part of canola mean? Canadian oil, low acidity, canola. I've been doing pretty good. So you're telling me oil is in canola oil twice because canola is an acronym. Really? But isn't canola also a crop? Also, it's a better name because they modified rapeseed for colder weather. Ah. Interesting. Okay. I just read this thing. So all these people are mad about seed oils are... Canola oil is an acronym, a euphemism, redundant, and comes from rapeseed. The term canola is an outlier, and so it's an acronym, a euphemism, and is redundant because... Da, 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 da. Yeah. That's really funny. How's life been? I got on ADHD medication a few months back. Although sometimes I do wonder whether or not it's actually doing anything. Sometimes it feels like it's not doing much. But then I realize, oh wait, no, I'm doing something I wouldn't normally be doing. So it's not as crazy of a contrast as people make it sound. I know that if there's something I need to do, I will actually do it. Why do you keep saying chair? No, it's actually funny to me that canola is actually just a very commonly used seed oil. I don't even know what I have. Do we have canola? Hang on, let me check. Cook everything in a certain amount of lard. Lard? Depending on the lard you're using. Some lard actually imparts like a nice taste. Yeah, well, going into the 80s, they kind of didn't want to know it as rapeseed for obvious reasons. Why does it have that name? It's so unfortunate. The term canola denotes a group of rapeseed cultivars that were bred to have very low levels of uric acid, officially prized for use as human and animal food. Rapeseed is the third largest source of vegetable oil and the second largest source of protein meal in the world. Protein, eh? That and canola is just now a word? No, redirected from canola. Canola redirects here. For other uses, see canola disambiguation, not to be confused with grapeseed oil. Thanks, Wikipedia. Got my back. Yeah, why is it even called that? Oh, you got bonked. Hang on. Term rape derives from the Latin word for turnip, rapa or rapum, cognate with the Greek word rape. What's turnips got to do with that term? How did it even get used that way? Hopefully that I removed the timeout there. You got falsely flagged there. Interesting. Just learning about the history and etymology of words is interesting. Turnip. Hmm? How many rule of threes and tens is my favorite literary rule that's not commonly known? What is the rules of threes and tens? Oh. It's a different word. They're not even related. What the fuck? How do we have two different fucking words for this that mean two different things? Like, one is related to crops. Like, that one makes sense. And the origins of the words for the other definition of the word is from Latin as well, but from a different Different word in Latin. Okay. Everything breaks at predictable intervals, especially specifically when companies triple in size. In other words, they break when you grow from 1 to 3 employees, they break again when you get to 10, and again at 30, 100, 300. Interesting. Okay, so the rule is simply something that's funny once will be funny a third time, and the fourth time it loses its punch, but until it hits a 10th time, being repeated for whatever reason, the brain finds it funny again. Early episodes of Simpsons use it well. It's like when I asked, do people find repetition funny? Hmm? What just happened? Why did my chat just... You know so that's the comedy rules of threes and tens. There was also another rule of threes and tens that's not related to comedy. It's Mikitani's rule of threes and tens, and it's talking about everything breaks at predictable intervals, specifically when companies triple in size.
Cool! Looking cool, Joker!
Thank you for the 3 months in advance, Dip! Holy shit! I appreciate it. You didn't have to sub, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Yeah, sorry getting hit with a rake in the groin. Was it his groin? I thought Sideshow Bob would be get hit in the rake and he hits his face. I thought that was what happened, not the groin. I told you I'd resub once I got back. Appreciate it. Oh, I have to tell you guys something I've noticed. Hit face and groin? Ah, okay. Yeah, the rules of threes and tens is actually pretty funny. Finally done with my semester, so I can finally watch stuff again. Let's go! When do you graduate? Because a lot of people over here have graduated. Well, not graduated, right? They've finished their last final exams and their graduation sometime next year. Other than that, they're free. I'm thinking about this thing I just found. The Mikitani's rules of threes. Yeah. Over the years, Mikitani noticed that everything breaks at predictable intervals, specifically when companies triple in size. In other words, they break when you grow from 1 to 3 employees, they break again when you get to 10, then again at 30, again at 100, again at 300, and so on. Oh, I graduate next year? Let's go. Mikitani's multi-billion-dollar company now employs over 12,000 people, so he's seen a lot of breaks. But what does he mean by everything breaks? Simply things you were previously doing and seem to be working, processes for decision-making, business systems, marketing, sales, accounting, payroll, benefits, infrastructure, scheduling meetings, leadership structures become less effective and or begin to produce unintended consequences. Mikitani's rule explained clearly why we were struggling. We were expecting the same organizational structures, work processes, and communications to serve 30 people just as well as they served 10 people, and they were predictably failing. Interesting. Further, when the team was small, we could focus nearly all our efforts on what we were putting out into the world. However, as we grew larger, we had to think about how that work got done. Specifically, we had to consider how to effectively engineer work groups where different people holding various roles could effectively collaborate, make decisions, and done at a high standard. Rules of 3s and 10s in when it comes to corporate. Scaling up is not easy to do. That's also something to consider, even for content creators. Scaling up is scaling up your workload. You have to keep things reasonable, keep things practical, within reason. You know, don't try to take on too much, otherwise you'll actually fucking explode. That's why you see so much creator burnout. And why I don't do as much as I should. But I've explained my process here. I'm of two minds. One, I don't really want to be noticed. But the other, I should probably work towards stuff that helps me grow. So I'm in sort of a conflict, and I don't think that conflict will ever get resolved while I'm in this field of content creation. So I'm just gonna do whatever I need to do. I'll find a way. I'll find a way to get over it. I'll live. Anyone else feel that way about like not really wanting to be perceived, kind of wanting to be in the background, where it's peaceful, where you don't have the spotlight, and yet here I am, fucking streaming. The entire fucking industry is around being in the spotlight. Feels like an antithesis to my personality type. I always find it very interesting because of how much it clashes. I did, but sometimes the universe has other plans. Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm just gonna try and control what I can control. And I'm thinking more about streaming. I stream because I want to, right? And when it comes to doing the other content, I need to find myself in a place where I want to do it. I do actually want to do it now. I've got like an actual reasonable idea of how I would do it, but I need to set it all up. So I need to sit down and talk about it. I need to properly sit down, think about it, write down a bunch of stuff, and then start looking towards what I can do to make it happen, make it a reality. Which means I'm probably going to need to make use. Maybe probably just gonna use Google Docs. Write down my thoughts and then try and formulate them in a way where I can actually share a story. And then in the future, I can actually consider other stuff for it. Did anyone watch Joe Cat's video on his Japan trip? It's like almost an hour long. Did anyone watch it? Not sure if anyone here would have watched it. But I really liked the cute, low animation style he was using in there. That, and there were a million references to a lot of VTubers I recognized. Lot of VTubers I recognized. I have no idea who that is. I have no real way to explain or describe what a Joe Cat is, other than the fact that he made a song about how he likes girls. I'd like to do that. Document stuff more. I've been given a huge opportunity now that I've got ADHD medication. To do a lot more with it. But I have the opposite issue than someone else I know that got on ADHD medication, thought they were now capable of doing fucking everything, and then took on too much. And if they're here and listening, then they'll know I'm talking about them. But I have the opposite problem. I've took on essentially nothing. But I feel like there's some productivity that I could have that I haven't been taking advantage of. Though that being said, I haven't been medicating on my days off. I just kind of let myself be a potato. I don't even really know how to make use of this, proper use of the ADHD medication. I think there's skills I need to learn, genuinely. Because it's not like the habits that I have gone away. The only difference is now that my dopamine levels are more regulated. While I'm on it, I'm more likely to do things that are harder to do, that I don't want to do. And there's a lot of things I need to get done I'll just leave them, procrastinate. Why did a Miku automaton remind you of me? What? Excuse me? Because you're also a fan of Vocaloids? Oh, that's why. I see. Hang on, I'm looking this up. Miku automaton. Wait. Wait. Hold on, I need to share this. I want want one! I actually want one! I want one! I actually want one! Oh, the Kirby one? Oh, okay, let's see. I'm probably not gonna want it as much. Kirby Automaton.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was a belly of tea.
And let's see. That don't sound like a Kirby. He just looked like a Kirby. The fact that they can make the Miku do the Miku thing. I don't know how to describe it other than the Miku thing. So many fucking Vocaloid creators actually make her do this. And I can only describe it as the Miku thing. Miku Automaton. They actually turned Miku into Automaton. Has anyone played anything with it yet? Who expected it to actually fucking sound like she could fucking sing with the automaton? What are you expecting out of an automaton? Did anyone play anything with it? Oh, maybe they did. Oh my god, I want one. Sending this to Reg. I actually want one. Well, I sent it to you and you didn't respond here, so I assumed you weren't paying attention. Dude, I want one! I want the Miku Automaton! It's like you can make her hum songs, sort of. That's really cool. That's actually really cool. I want one, because it'd be silly. Fucking Miku Automaton. That is crazy. Thing is, all automatons sound the same. It just looks like Miku. What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, like, yeah, that's actually just... But, you know... It's Miku! Look, Miku, dude! But once I was not tricked out of my points. Yeah, I don't know, it's been working recently. I don't know what makes it work and what makes it not work. I haven't figured it out. It's not consistent. I have no idea if you're cursed or not. I have absolutely no idea. Okay, yeah. Alright. I need to take another dose. Random thing co. Yes? I love random things. Any interest in Okami 2? Thing is, I haven't even played Okami 1. But, like, yes? But I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it. I know how that sounds. Let me see. Okami's on PC now, right? Wait, it's 75% off right now. Okami HD for PC is 75% off. Is this the version? Is this the Okami version that everyone plays on PC? This is the only one, right? Okami. Like Amaterasu, that's about it. I like Okami. But that's just like aesthetically, I like it. Setting, I like it. But I'm like kind of apprehensive about games in general when it comes to me playing them. I don't know. Maybe I actually need to take my meds and play games with meds. Like genuinely, I might just need to start taking them daily or something like that. Because I know how I'm like when I'm off medication. I don't want to do anything. Not that I don't want, it's just I end up doing nothing. I'll sit there and be like, man, I want to do so many different things, but I'm just gonna do nothing. And complain about it. It's too hot to exist? What temperature is it right now? What temperature is it for me? Temperature. It is 20 degrees in Melbourne. It is 26 degrees in Gisborne. Getting into relatively hot temperatures. I start getting a bit uncomfortable at 25-ish. I don't know, it says 26. Oh, wait, hang on. Hmm? Why does it say 26 still? Netservice.com. Gisborne, 48 hours. Current conditions, 30 degrees. Why is Google wrong? Or at least the first result wrong. Google weather is just wrong. What the fuck? Today, 29 degrees. It's cooler tomorrow. No, tonight. I don't know what time. But it's gonna be 15 degrees tonight. Good news. It's not gonna cool down until... It's only gonna drop down to 20 degrees-ish around 6 to 7 p.m. for you. And then it'll hold pretty stable until it drops to like 16 degrees at like 3 to 4 a.m. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, it's 22 degrees in Melbourne. And in my apartment, it is 20-something degrees. My apartment's set to 20 degrees. And if you're sitting near the air conditioner getting blown at it, it's gonna fucking feel like really cold. My hands are actually cold. And I'm not sure how much of that is just the fact that ADHD medication is making me lose weight. Too hot to exist. Good night, Dip. I've actually been slightly experiencing... So this, I want to talk about this for a second. I've been actually slightly experiencing the weight loss symptoms of being on the ADHD medication. And I think the biggest thing that's causing it is my appetite is nowhere near what it used to be. I eat so much less now. Like, I eat until I'm, like, essentially, like, not, like, full, physically full. I eat until, like, I'm satisfied. And it's nowhere near the same amount that I usually eat before medication. Like, is the weight loss due to appetite loss? Oh, it increases the amount of calories your body burns as well. So so it increases the amount of calories your body needs to burn when you're taking the medication, and on top of that, it also suppresses your appetite. I see why it causes weight loss. Even if your appetite stayed the same, you're still consuming more calories. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I've actually noticed it because my jeans are getting looser. That's usually how I gauge my my weight. It's purely from whether or not my jeans feel tight or not. If they start feeling tight, then I'm just like, uh-oh. But if they start feeling loose, then I'm like, that's not normal. Usually they just feel like they fit fine. So if they feel a bit loose, I get a bit concerned. But it should be okay. It should be fine. I'll be fine. I'll genuinely be fine. Okay. So there's something I want to look into, and anyone in my chat that has any experience with fitness, exercise, etc. can chime in for this, but exercise. So, if I am on stimulants, what is like the best method for me to work working out into my routine? Adderall, a stimulant medication for the use of ADHD, can affect exercise by increasing heart rate and blood pressure, making it crucial to consult a healthcare provider before combining it with physical activity. Okay, that's for Adderall. It's advised to exercise before taking the medication. Does anyone know anything about medication, ADHD medication and exercise? I'm not actually finding information I'm looking for. Huh. I don't get it. I can't find any information on ADHD medication and exercise. Uh, except for I'm seeing a couple of recommendations to exercise before you take your medication. Hmm. Where are my regulars of ADHD medication or experience with this? Hmm. Huh. I'm actually not able to find much information. Either that or I'm just being really shit at Googling. Because I was trying to think about incorporating easy workouts or whatnot into my routine. Or at least trying to go out for like a walk every day at the minimum. Who do we need to summon? Ideally, probably Synthos, since he fucking has the closest timing with ADHD medication, but really anyone that's got medication. Anyone that has ADHD medication and what it's like for them when it comes to working out. So I live relatively sedentary. I do go for walks, but it's not every day. So I'm not sure how to go approach this, because I really don't like... I could try the normal ritual on how to summon an army grump that sometimes works. Yeah, what's that? No, I'm like thinking about this right now. And how I don't work out currently. I used to. But it's really hard to stick to habits and stuff. So I'm trying to see. I should. You yell, "Hey, field rat!" If he is here, then he's probably busy. Or fell asleep. Either or. Amphetamine sulfate. Let's see. Be careful when doing strenuous exercise or activity when taking it. Okay, here we go. Be careful when doing strenuous exercise or activity and drinking alcohol while taking amphetamine. If you drink alcohol, it can make some of the unwanted side effects worse. Your doctor may suggest you avoid alcohol completely. Some people's side effects are nausea, headache. Okay, no, it just says be careful doing strenuous exercise. Some people may experience side effects such as nausea, headache, dizziness, which may affect coordination and increase the risk when using dangerous machinery. Do not stop using this medicine suddenly without first checking in with your doctor. Okay. This serious side effects. Oh, okay. Potential allergens, lactose and gluten. Okay. The army insults are not as good as the navy ones? Yeah? Hmm. What exactly do Navy insults entail? The packet. They involve a Twitch ban if we get spirited. I see. Hold on. I need to open this new package. This new container. There we go. God, this medication smells weird. Ah, that's too much. But we like to call them squids. So, I remember, this is a very vivid memory of mine. There was someone that I met in real life, and there was like another dude. They were hanging out and whatnot, and they were doing essentially gay chicken. Like, you know how they pretend to fucking get all fucking up and close and intimate. You know, pretend to. He said this line that I will never fucking forget. I will never forget this line. Just him saying, "Are you sure you want to play gay chicken with me? I was in the Navy." Someone give me the context to this. Because I always hear about the Navy and the whole... You know, the whole... Navy men being a bit fruity. But what's the context behind that? Gay chicken sounds like fun? Is there a Pocky-inspired version? Maybe. It's not as effective if you're gay or bi. It's funnier if you're two straight guys. But yeah, I'd like to know context behind the Navy and all of the fucking homoeroticism that comes with it. Like, where did that come from? Why is that a thing? Does anyone know? Or able to explain? Okay, I had to take a shot. Uh-oh? But I'll explain the game. Alright? Like, I'm not asking about what gay chicken is, right? But I'm asking about why the Navy is associated with, you know... Gay chicken, a contest of willpower, defamation, pride, and comfort in your sexual orientation. The goal is to get as gay as remote as possible until one of you taps out. Gay chicken is known to take extreme levels when played by infantrymen after being stuck on a ship or in deployment for extended periods of time. Oh! Wait! Is that what happens on the Navy? Or in the Navy? Is it like common? Because why is it more associated with the Navy than any other branch? And it doesn't matter which Navy. Like, the Navy that was brought up in the context that I was talking about is the Australian Navy. Is that like a rite of passage? And when you say taken to extreme levels, like, that's like... Where is it? Where's my favorite fucking... Back in the 50s, 60s, navies was a safe place for gays. Oh. So a lot of them joined. Okay. Okay. Whenever I think of gay chicken, I also remember this. In high school, I was dared to play gay chicken, which is where two straight guys pretend to be gay, and the first one to chicken out loses. The other guy and I are both really stubborn, and neither of us wanted to lose. We've been married 14 years, and we run a bed and breakfast in Vermont with our adopted daughter. If that dude doesn't chicken out soon, I'm going to start suspecting he's actually gay. I love this stupid fucking thing. It's so funny. Let's see. I need to find this other one. It's a fucking green text. Yeah, this one's a green text. Driving with friend. Accidentally grab his leg instead of gear stick. We both laugh and I unzip his pants. Park the car while following his friend is laughing because he knows it's just a joke. Start sucking his dick in the empty parking lot. Almost choke on his dick because I'm laughing so hard. Friend is also laughing his ass off. He starts making train noises while yelling, bro job, choo choo. And then the other things I can't say on stream, but you know. They call each other a slur. And then it ends with, gotta love pulling pranks on my friends. There's also the village people who wrote a song that will forever be associated with the Navy. Was it in the Navy? In the Navy. Yeah. I can't village people. They also did YMCA, right? And the third reason? Yep. They did? Yeah. I remember. That's the only two songs I remember. In the Navy and YMCA. Young man. The reason is sisters can't spell good, so 3 letters is the limit for us, so gay worked. I see. Now, my other question is now, why do so many former Navy dudes, why are they all so good at gay chicken? Like, why is it, like, so consistent that if you were in the Navy, even if you're straight... how far you're willing to take it is just so much further than the average guy. I found that stuff really funny. Something about being on a sub with 299 other men. It must be. Okay, so. So, we do have women in the Navy, right? I know there are women in the Navy, right? I am unable to look at Navy.com. Fair enough. So they are actually separate. Oh. Interesting. Hmm. Just thinking about this is just so interesting. Navy culture and the tolerances it makes the guys that come out of it at the end. You know what was my worst nightmare in the Marines? No, what was it? What was your worst nightmare in the Marines? I just remembered something. This is something that I've been looking into because I didn't realize it was something that was uncommon and was a very, very specific kind of Asian thing. How familiar are you guys with the Asian squat? Alright, so what was your worst nightmare in the Marines? I guess you're typing it right now. I'm still remembering because I got reminded of this memory when I was younger. This happened, hang on. We had a lesbian master sergeant that was our quartermaster. If you got on her bedside, you did not eat, got your ass kicked, and she would steal your girl. Excuse me, wait, hang on, stole your girl too. Sounds like I'd like her. But I got a childhood memory I was reminded of recently when I was really, really young. I got lost in a shopping mall, and there was a security guard that found me near whatever the fuck it was. I think it was a Food Town, Food World, Food Town, one of them. He saw me, and he picked me up and put me over his shoulder. Like after trying to figure out whether I lost. And I don't think I spoke English at this point. I don't think I spoke English. And I remember being extremely fucking scared that I got lifted up and put over the shoulder of the security guard. And I was flailing. I was crying and flailing the entire time. It was quite the traumatic experience. I was so scared until my parents eventually, showed up. And, talked to the guy and, explained everything. I was so scared. In hindsight, I do realize that what this guy was trying to do, he may not have gone about it the correct way, but what he was trying to do was to make sure that I didn't fucking run off and get even more lost. And, so, I was kept safe, and didn't get nabbed. So in hindsight, I appreciate him. But at the time, that was traumatic. She could also hold an M60 in one hand and fire it. Damn female Rambo. Wait, no, hold. How hard is it to hold an M60 with one hand and fire it? I need to know how difficult that is to know exactly how hardcore that goes. Yes, Dev. I do not know how hard that is to one hand. I don't know how heavy it is. It looks big. Like, to one hand that thing. How strong would you have to be? Debating whether or not to clip that out of context? Nah. What the fuck did I say that you can clip out of context there? To wield it one-handed and fire it. I don't think you'd be able to fire it that long, right? Because the recoil, trying to keep recoil one arm would be fucking really fucking hard to do unless you were fucking some sort of fucking Hulk. That goes hard though. That goes really hard. That's some crazy arm strength. So clearly not normal. Hi, Sofal. How you doing? She could not hit shit, but it still proved that she wore the pants and strap on for our unit. Hold on, I need to show you guys something. I'm doing good! Guys, are you guys familiar with the Asian squat? You want the picture, let me pose for you now. You got me now? Oh, you'd like another one? Like, that's it, dude. Like, you sit down, your feet are flat on the floor, and you're essentially sitting on your feet. I found out that not everyone can do that. It was so normal and part of my daily life, and almost everyone around me at the time could do it, right? That I didn't even expect that it was not common in the Western world. And what's really interesting to me is hearing about people trying to keep that stance. And they're like, yeah, I can hold it for like 60 seconds or like, up to 3 minutes. And I was just sitting there like, holy shit, that is crazy to me because we sit like that for hours. Depending on the, like, what's happening. If we're like outside, we will sit like that for hours. That's nuts to me. I found out recently. I didn't even think it was like special. The Slavic squat is actually pretty close. It's actually pretty close to the Asian squat. It is a wider stance though. If I remember correctly, Slavic squat is a wider stance. So here's the question. How many of you guys can do the Asian squat? It's like a very deep squat. If you're Asian, I expect you to be able to do it. And you need an Adidas tracksuit. Yeah. You know what else is common for why we do the Asian squat? And it's like kind of a funny reason, honestly. It's how we poop, honestly. Like squat toilets are very common. So you kind of need to know how to do that squat to use a squat toilet. At least if you ask like my parents or whatnot on why we know how to do the Asian squat, it's because that's how we poop. It's also healthier to do it that way for passage, you know, for easy passage. If you sit on your porcelain throne and you know, pass it through that way, it's way easier to end up. How do you even describe this? Constipated. I also find squat toilets a lot more sanitary. I also find it more sanitary. Now let me show you guys this. Okay, I need you to.
Are you ready? 也这里现在 Are you ready, Romeo? 给我看一下 Easy. Whoa, 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 that's cheating. 很难 So 原来我真的以为这个问题好傻，但是现在我已经觉得很妙
Alright.
惨了，现在大家 prends 20 secondes, est-ce que vous êtes sûr d'essayer? Et en plus c'est rigolo.
This is in France.
S'asseoir comme un chinois. 有巧克力他就想做了 Ouais.
Oh, ça a craqué mon pantalon.
Tiens, vas-y.
Mon pantalon s'est trouvé, merci.
Ouais.
C'est bon.
Ouais, pas loin. Vous êtes arrivé bien. Bonne journée.
It's so interesting. You guys can't naturally do it.
现在大家都不会，真的太搞笑了。Almost. It's the closest we've ever had. Okay. Yes, okay. 差不多。It's really almost good. 今天大家特别快乐 I love this place. 我真的太喜欢这个地方。Okay.
Hey Setha, can you do the Asian squat? Yes? I forget, were you Asian? I think like most military peeps can. Oh, really? I see, I told you it worked. Yeah, I don't even know what Sentho is weeing here.
Merde, il tient. Oh là 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 là, 我们终于找到了一个人，他成功了。Tu peux rester comme ça pendant des plombs, c'est incroyable. Ah bah oui, j'ai l'habitude. Regarde comme moi je le fais.
It's best for sitting when you have. Yeah, you can sit like that for hours. You do the army ritual summoning. At some point, they will show up. How do I summon Gnarly? He's the Navy boy.
我们终于找到了一个人，他其实会做这个，好了不起。专门感谢你。
Yeah, fucking Asian squat. You guys can't do it. Yeah, Westerners have a hard time doing it. Like, it's so funny.
其实我们不用做椅子，作为亚洲人，凭什么一定要有一个椅子？凳子就好啦。
I sit like this a lot too. This. The rest elbows on the thighs.
来，大家坐下来打坐。
Asian squat man.
Hey, what's up? It's Steve from Asian Boss. There's a stance
How long-
widely known in Western culture.
Hang on.
방금 하신 거에서 어디까지 내려가시나 한번 끝까지 내려갈 수 있어요? 혹시 안 불편하세요?
네.
보통 이렇게 편하게 앉아 계시려면 어떻게 자세를 앉아 계세요?
Not all Westerners, but also Western hosts have priority on chairs, while Easterners feel it's more comfortable with floor sitting. Yeah!
괜찮은데? 전혀 안 불편하세요? 완전히 앉는 게 가능하세요?
되는데?
Yeah, not everyone can do it.
안 돼, 나 여기 땡겨.
Not everyone can go all the way down. Even some Asians can't do it, but it's rare. So would you call these what, deep squats? If you wouldn't call it an Asian
Have you
squat?
guys heard of this thing called the Asian squat?
I was thinking about that.
Our friend here, June, will demonstrate a proper Asian squat, and all we have to do is just do what he does. Okay?
That's it?
3, 2, 1. I can't even do it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's challenging to hold.
All the way down.
But-
Yeah. Is it possible?
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay.
Okay. 1.
So one of the other things to note, that if you're doing it properly, your center of gravity is really low. And you should be really hard to push over. So if you don't have good balance in the Asian squat, you haven't perfected it. Hang on, I've got an image of me doing the Asian squat, guys. Hang on. There you go, dude. Look, I'm doing it. I have a relatively strong core, so for whatever reason. Like relative to like my body and body size. I like this art. Roll again to drew this. I was reading manhwa, and this has the fucking. I love this picture. Such a good fucking reaction image. I had to save it. I took this crop and I had to save it because it's so funny. Whoa. Why are you guys Bob and Brandoning in my chat? These aren't Real names you're dropping in my chat, are you? Surely not. I do want to get an email like that in the future. Inside joke, you'd never get it. That can't be true. I'm inside right now. Very definition of being inside. I'm indoors. Now, by you know, by the merit of that alone, now you should explain. There was so the manhwa I was reading was called "Do You Love Tomboys?" or "Do You Like Tomboys?" Proxy had an appointed nickname but doesn't use it. Huh. I'm trying to remember Proxy's real name, and I think I do remember it. And I never bring up my real name to the point where the people that do know my real name, it's Al's Discord, if that explains anything. That explains enough. If it's Al, then I understand. I actually understand if it's Al. I get it. Okay. Fair enough. Al's a good friend. I don't hang out with her that often, but she did drop by during the 3D debut. I need to talk to her. I need to actually DM her if she actually wants to do the thing that we talked about. Yeah, I know her. I'm not sure why you're surprised. I used to hang out with Proxy a lot. Like, I've been around for ages. But I was, this is the old... This is like out, like, outside of the crew on VR chat. There were like a couple of groups on VR chat, and the group that I was in was the one, with Proxy. Back in the day. Back in good old 2018, 2019. Sometimes even mutual friends don't always click with each other, you know? I met Al not through Proxy. Funnily enough. Like, I met Al independent of proxy. I met Al through Tolena. Like the new badge? What's this one? Ah, that's the Twitch recap badge. 2024. Yeah, so it's like been I've been around for like the past 6 something years. I still think one of my favorite badges is actually... Hang on, let me change it. This badge! The Snowflake badge from Charity 2018. It's a snowflake. I really like that badge. It's the badge I use when I decide to turn off my partner badge in someone's chat. Like, I do that sometimes. Like, not often nowadays. Nowadays, I'm just too lazy and just leave it on. But when I'm, like, trying to go... Not incognito, but trying to blend in with the crowd, I'll turn off the partner badge. I'll definitely do so in, like, extremely large chats. Like, if I've ever typed in, like, say... I don't know... Who was even, like... Damn, Koeko subscribed to Koeko for 78 months. That's dedication. Man, that's crazy. I'm giving a free sub to myself. That's how long I've been streaming. That's actually rather, that's how long I've had the sub button for. That's a long time. 78 months. Holy shit. Kopama meme. You wanna really stand out? Have a brown username. When's the last time you saw one besides mine? I have no fucking clue when I last time saw a brown username. You're not the only one, that's for sure. Like, for me, green is relatively common. Mine's a very specific hex code of green. Specific kind of hex code of, lime, neon green. But there was a point in time where I would actually just turn off my partner badge because I didn't feel like I earned it. And someone said something that resonated with me that made me just keep it on. And they were like, you earned it. You going out of your way to hide your achievement is a bit of an insult to everyone that's striving for it and haven't gotten it yet. And I remember that. And I remember thinking to myself, you know what? You're kind of right. I'm gonna stop hiding it. There's a lot of different perspectives, but it's the one that resonated with me. I'm not saying it's the correct perspective, it's just the one that resonated with me. So I decided to just keep it on, because I didn't really want to do that. But I do turn it off sometimes. I will definitely turn it off. I even like the fact that I have one. It's like... Alright, I've talked about this before. And yeah, I know it's a little dumb thing to worry about, but it's like... I feel like a little embarrassed. for having it. Hey Dajik, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, I think about this because it's embarrassing. It's like I achieved something once, right? So it's an indicator of something I have achieved. I achieved partner requirements and then got accepted into the partner program. Like in a long time ago. Now I have nowhere near those requirements. And it feels kind of embarrassing. And it's like a very dumb thought. And I know it's like there's no real logic in it. But it's an emotion thing. It's like how I feel about it. And I'm of two minds. I recognize that it's a dumb thing to worry about, but it's something I still worry about. So, yeah. Okay. You probably shouldn't do that. Like... shouldn't come here and tell me that you're leaving, and then tell me you wish me to rate someone else. Like, don't do that. That's more of an etiquette thing. Like, that's seen kind of in poor taste. So... Okay, you don't have to time it for 600 seconds. But, that's more of a... Just, it's a don't tell the streamer that you're currently watching that you're leaving to go watch someone else. And also don't ask the streamer to rate other people. Unless the streamer asks for it. Because it looks poorly on the... It reflects poorly on the person that you're trying to support. You know? But don't worry about it too much for this situation alone. I'm not like mad or anything. I'm just pointing something out. Cause some streamers react very negatively to that. But I might check them out. No promises. Yeah, that's at least how it works here, you know. In most Twitch chats, it's just don't talk about other streamers unless they get brought up. I'm sorry, it wasn't meant to be it was just a joking word I was using. No, it's alright, it's alright. It's okay, it's okay. Just making sure you're aware, and so you don't get bonked somewhere else. It's more for you than anything. Like, definitely generally etiquette to not talk about other streamers or VTubers or whatnot unless the streamer themselves brings them up. Or if it, like, comes up in context, right? Yeah. So just something to keep in mind so you don't get in trouble elsewhere. Like, you're not in trouble here. I'm just making sure you know. Like, if I were to describe it, it's like you wouldn't go to McDonald's and tell them you're going to go to KFC, right? It's like that. Like, it's really weird. Doesn't even necessarily have to be McDonald's. You could go to go to like a local cafe and then walk in there and tell them that you're going to KFC. That's generally how it seemed. Like how it's seen. Best way for me to describe it in an analogy. Yeah, I hope you have fun. Whenever the fuck they start streaming. Sorry, I should have asked. That's okay, it's okay. For most people in that community, you should already know that if you've been here a while, you'll know that I'm extremely patient. I'm a very understanding person. Which, has been from time to time. Okay, can I talk about my experience? About how, like, I'm a generally very, very patient person. And I will do my best to understand and whatnot. But I've had a couple people in the past mistake that as being a pushover. And they learned the hard way that I was not. Like, they got quite the surprise when they tried to manipulate me into doing certain things. Just because someone's patient and understanding doesn't mean they're an easy target. Very, very interesting. I've had someone realize they realized they couldn't influence or manipulate me in a way that benefited them, and then they decided that I was their enemy. I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. Whatever, man. Whatever. I'm too stubborn for that stuff. Like, genuinely, no one can make me do something I don't want to do. Yeah. No, I have haters. Don't get me wrong, I definitely have haters. They're not around, they're not common, they don't do anything to bother me. There's just people that dislike me. It's whatever. It's life. You know, I at least have enough of an ego or even arrogance to some degree to say that it's for someone to dislike me, it says more about them. Okay, I need to think about so many different fucking strategies for making this stream better place. Like, just to add stuff to it, to make it more fun. So I need to start working towards all that stuff. I've decided, not having a New Year's resolution, but next year is going to be the year of productivity. As long as I am productive to any degree, I will consider it a win. I'm going to try and work a lot harder. Within reason. And to some degree, I think that means I'm going to be giving up my free time. Or rather, my time to be able to hang out with my friends. Gonna spend more time just on my own working. You know, the clip culture is changed so much nowadays. Now it's like considered. Now it's considered more of a acceptable thing, but back in the VR chat days, people taking your clips and posting it on YouTube was kind of frowned upon. If you did it without asking permission. Nowadays, it's just kind of like very accepted in the VTuber community to have people clip you and post on YouTube. It's just a different climate. It's just a different environment where clips are kind of encouraged now. Posting clips of VTubers on your channel is just encouraged. And you have like very prominent clippers that randomly go around finding people and they're like, this person did something funny, I'm gonna clip them. And then it's gonna go on my YouTube channel. And that ends up promoting the streamer. And I've seen people essentially go viral from stuff like that. It's so interesting for me to observe from like outside perspective. And I say outside perspective because just how I look at it. Even though I'm definitely in the same space, my brain is still gonna act like it's got nothing to do with me. But you know, I'm extremely bad at being able to promote myself. Really bad at doing that. Oh, I have something for you guys though. I decided to post this. My most viewed clip this year. I'm really not surprised. I wish I could say I was. But everyone likes titties. Everyone likes titties. Everyone loves physics. You know what I'd like? For people that talk about wanting to be a streamer or VTuber or whatnot, to instead of doing every fucking thing else first, they usually put the cart before the horse. I want them to just stream. Just go live. Use a PNG. Just do it. See if you like it. Like, some of them want to build like an entire career for this out of streaming. without even knowing whether or not they like doing it. And if you don't know whether or not you like doing it, or if you're trying to do it purely from like a career or business standpoint, I feel like you're in the wrong place. Guess I'm being a little vague here, but I am talking about a lot of like V-tweeters essentially. They just tweet, they insert themselves in every piece of drama that shows up. They'd like to put their 2 cents, they virtue signal, that's all they fucking do. It's like their entire personality is just whatever popular opinion is. Yep. And then there's a lot of yeah, and then there's a lot of hey, I'm looking for new VTubers to raid and follow, etc. All of those promotion posts. A lot of the times when I see posts like that, I'm just kind of like, oh, here we go again. It's just genuinely a, here we go again. Guys, I don't have any friends. I want to make some friends. You know, those kind of posts. It's not always bad. It's not always bad. It's definitely not always bad. But I want to be able to create some stuff that I can post on Twitter that's not just posting random opinions. I wish to reach the point where I can barely tweet, but tweet out something really fucking weird and unhinged. And then everyone looks at it and goes, yeah, I agree, likes, maybe retweets. You know, just get to the point where I can just be like, yep, abs. And a bunch of people going, hell yeah. One day. I fucking hate Twitter, so that's hard to do. I hate the platform, and it's gone to shit because of our great fucking electric car overlord Elon Musk, who is gonna be involved in politics, I think. Judging from context, it's said to say the clip of you showcasing the 3D model's assets. Yes, that is exactly what that is. It is me doing this. And bouncing them. And that was my most viewed clip this year. It's also featured on my channel, so it ends up being something people see. Alright, so I'm gonna do a quick scroll on Twitter. I would rather no one did that. Cause that's a little... Yeah. That's some issues with the map and the way the culling worked. So some of my clothes got culled. Luckily, the model I have is a Barbie, but that can still get you in trouble if you put focus on it. Which I was not, so I left the VOD up. I may end up taking it down. As long as no one clips those moments, and I think we're fine. This is why it was very important that I use the correct version of my model while I'm streaming. I also have done nothing with the other model. Just not really been in VR, even though I wanted to be. I generally wanted to be in VR more. I probably still can. Nah, it should be fine. I'll leave discretion up to Z. You know what? I'm gonna DMZ right now. Correct version? So there's a version that isn't a Barbie? Yes. Yes, there is. I haven't done anything with it yet, but there was plans. I have no idea where I would put them, though. So I need to think about that. There's some stuff I need to set up. There's generally some stuff I need to set up and go out my way to do. Look, if you ever see me on any other websites, just know that I'm never going to do anything crazy. At the very maximum, I would just play games I couldn't play on Twitch. Seems like it could be fun to do. What are you really nailing, Paul? Look, the reality is, even if I decide to play R18 stuff on a different platform, I would not do anything sexual from regarding me. Because I'm not comfortable. I'm not really that sexual of a person. But it could be fun, though. Sharing a visual novel. Like, it genuinely could be fun.
Cool! Looking cool, Joker!
Whoa, nice croc.
Hey, Bob, thank you for the 59 months. So, Ko on other platforms? Can happen. There's a lot of stuff I need to set up for in order for that to actually be a thing. I did get my username on a particular website, though. But I haven't actually set up the account properly. So, hey, thumbs up. I need to ask someone to help me set that up later. Ko, you know there's a Gura animation of out there of her saying that line, yeah? What line? Sorry. With the way chat delay works, I'm not entirely sure what line you're talking about. Nice croc, bro. No? Would be nice to have more friends in the content creator space. At least I'd be able to talk to them to find out what ideas are good or bad. Although you'll find that most ideas aren't actually bad. It's whether or not you execute them. It's good to have all these millions of fucking ideas. Just make friends for it. I'm trying, okay? No, you're right. There are definitely bad ideas. You're definitely right. There are definitely bad ideas. But, you know. Better to actually execute some of your ideas than to actually do nothing. I'll link it sometime if you need a good chuckle. It should be really easy to find yourself also. I think I've heard her say that before. Executing mad ideas is definitely way better than doing nothing for sure. Yeah. The only ideas I've executed so far is just what days I stream on and what time slot I'm going to. You know what I've learned? This current schedule is a lot better than my old one. That's what I've learned so far. You know what else I've learned? Stimulants make me stream longer. It literally extends my social battery. Weird to say that it extends my social battery, but... because you know, how draining. Do they keep you stimulated? Not in the way that they would work on someone that's neurotypical, but in the way that it helps my ADHD brain make up for the dopamine deficiencies up there. So now I have not a deficiency of dopamine, and it's kept relatively regulated. So I'm actually feeling a lot calmer than I usually do. My brain's quieter. It's a lot easier to think. Way easier to think. So to some degree, it depends on your definition of stimulated, but yes. Stimulants do be stimulating. The end of the show. Hear them, they're calling your name. But I like streaming. But I need to find more stuff I like doing related to content creation. That's not just streaming. Streaming I can keep kind of free flow and unplanned, relatively unplanned. So, I'm like trying to think. Yeah, other content avenues. I want to see, like, I have an idea that I was going to talk to you at some point, whenever you find time. It's one we've talked about before, but I want to talk about ones that I have interests in doing. And one of them is that I have interest in doing that. I'm not going to do everything at once. I've got a lot of different ideas that I want to do and pull off, but I think I'm going to start with one specific one. One specific idea. But I'm going to need to, like, get a second opinion and talk about it. And then after that, it's talking about how to actually execute it. That, and it's just learning how to leverage my medication as best I can. The death metal band? No, that would be even more into the future. You could do vlogging. It's a perfectly legitimate thing to make all your holidays and trips away into a tax write-off. For one, I do not have the voice for death metal. That, and I'm not that interested in learning guitar or anything, any other instruments, bass. I actually just don't really want to learn an instrument, period. Right now, I just don't really want to learn an instrument. Other than sing, but that's more of a, I want to get proper training for that so I don't damage it. Yeah, I'd like to do something that I could apply vocal training towards. If I was able to develop the skill and actually have good mastery over being able to do whatever types of voices that I end up being able to do, instead of needing a sort of like context. My brain needs to be in like a proper context for me to even do certain voices. Like, I don't force it. Whenever I do like a funny accent or like a specific kind of silly voice, I'm always just doing what comes naturally. If I try to force it, it won't work. I want to learn how to do that, how to properly control it. Because then we could have all sorts of fun here. Something I'm very much interested in doing is having some fun. But currently, as it stands, I am not confident. I don't feel like I have mastery of it. And when I feel that way about something, I generally there's like a little tad of perfectionism coming in and ruining a good time. Oh god, I just end overanalyzing every tone at that point. Yeah, you would end up overanalyzing. Yes, you would. You already do. I want to say that you already do. I don't think I have that consistent tones, although sometimes. Tone control is something I have a little bit of trouble with. You can ask Z. Like, hey Z, how often do I run into issues where I'm using incorrect tones? Decently often, I think. But maybe I'm being way more harsh on myself. Not as often as used to? Yippee! I've been like trying my hardest to work on using accurate tones and not being coming off the ways that I'm not intending to. And it helps when I get called out on it. It helps when people point out when I'm doing it. Or clarifying whether or not I am actually trying to sound a certain way. So it's easier for me to fix. But obviously I'm probably gonna still do it. I'm probably gonna still do it. Dude, I learned that when I sound a bit confused, it can come off as a bit like condescending. Like when I my tone of confusion is very similar to the way someone's tone would be when they're talking to you like they're stupid. But that's just how I sound when I'm confused. And that's a problem. It's a genuine problem. I don't see it as a problem. Well, hear it. Yeah, no, my tone control's like fucking... Like, I obviously have some sort of natural fucking progression of what my tones will sound like in particular contexts where they will actually just make sense. But there's some ambiguity. There's some ambiguity when it comes to when I sound confused. It can come off like a bit demeaning. Sol did change his username color. He was purple before. I noticed, and I didn't say anything. I find and forgive the old people term adorable. I find it and forgive the term. So I find it adorable, but you're saying forgive the old person term. Adorable's not really an old person term. We still use it. I'd say adorable's still within the vocabulary of the average person. Sorry, that took me a bit to read because of the way it was formatted. God, I really am fucking autistic. But do I actually want to go out of my way to spend the amount of money it would take and the amount of time it would take to get a full diagnosis? Jesus. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it really impacts my life in a way that like my ADHD does. But it'd be nice to know. It'd be nice to know. I always use adorable sarcastically, so take that as you will. I don't. Sometimes adorable is just accurate in contexts where something is cute just doesn't do it. That wasn't me sneezing. Other human. Yeah, it was my cat. It's not my cat. Quite clearly was not my cat. You know, I tried to get my microphone to pick up my cat meowing, and she meowed directly into the microphone, and my microphone didn't pick it up. I think I'd have to change the settings in order to fucking make that work. That's so annoying. I really wanted to get her meow caught on the microphone. But it is set up in a way where it only really picks up my voice. Yeah, white's not really that common Twitch color either. I've been hearing a cat sneeze non-stop the past 3 days, so I know all that sound all too well now. It's so cute. It's so cute when animals sneeze. It was really cute when my rabbit sneezed, and it's really cute when my cat sneezes. When they go. That's about how it sounds. I don't know if I did a good accurate representation, but it's as close as I could get. I don't know how it came through on the microphone. God, I wish I had enough control over my voice where I could play with it and utilize it on stream. I really wish I had that control. That and, like, the confidence to do it. I know it's as simple as just do it. But, like, if I want to do it, then I want to do it right. And I'm very, very hung up on that type of stuff. doing it right. That, and because I don't feel confident about it, I won't be able to do it properly. What a dilemma. You know, the only time I practice voices and messing around with my voices in the shower. That's the only time I mess around in practice. I'm the kind of, So there's this character in this visual novel, alright? He's like the father of a gigantic zaibatsu, which is a, how do I say it, conglomerate. So it's like the most known, you know, conglomerate, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And he's extremely capable. And he has a gym that's hidden from most people. Like, in the main gym, there's an extra door that leads to an exact copy of the same gym. And he said something when someone found him in there, working out alone, that really sort of illustrates how I feel about doing things. Even though it's like weird, it's not really common. It's not really a thing that most people are worried about. But that character was like, explained why he didn't like working out with everyone else or doing his exercise. He said, no, it's embarrassing. People watching me put in effort to do something is embarrassing. That's one of the few places it's discouraged to practice singing, and such as the acoustics are different. The shower, I mean. Yeah, I do in the shower because that's where it's a private space. Because yeah, the acoustics are very different. But I've also practiced at my desktop, and I've recorded myself, and I've listened to it, and I've heard it and gone, yeah, okay. Guess I could probably do that. It's funny to me how much talking slower and a tiny bit deeper, and how effective that is. I've got something. Let's see if I can find this image I saw recently, because I thought it was really, really fucking funny. It's a green text. Do you have an accent while singing? I have no idea. I don't sing often. So I've got this that I saw, I saved it. Who's seen this one? I saw that resurface on Twitter. It's like from 2021. But I find it really fucking funny. It's so funny to me. Some guy got his tastes in women forever and irreversibly changed. I'm not reading it out. It's a bit graphic. Yeah, he just had an experience with an older woman that used a very strong, powerful, commanding voice, pulled him close, said the words. And he froze. I think that's funny. Clearly someone found the hot single moms in their area. Someone explain to me, alright? Why do people like it when they go, "Hey there, big boy"? What about that combination of lines? What about it makes it good? Why is it big boy that's okay? Like, it's like it's both like a compliment and also not, because she's calling you a boy. Direct, address, and complimentary. Is it really that simple? Because it makes me feel a bigger grown up. I see. Men are just big kids. Oh, God, I realize. Okay, I understand. I genuinely understand why it is as effective as it is. Wish I was confident enough to even share what I'm capable of doing. One day I'll share it. One day I'll share it. I'd like to, because it's a fun little place to explore. It does bring in a different crowd, though. I have to say that does bring in a different crowd. But when it's time, I'll do my best to share all that stuff. And it's just funny because my best friend and one other friend have been there to witness it. And there was something that made me stop doing it. So, but yeah. I'm just not quite gay chicken. More doing things with my voice that is not something you do for okay, so the friends I hang out with are guys, alright? And one of the things I have done before in the past is dub a dojin. And for whatever reason, I've talked about this before, where I decided to randomly give the male in the story of Kermit voice. That was really funny. I don't know where it came from. Just randomly his voice turned into Kermit and I stuck with it. It was really fucking funny. But I was actually full sending it on the other lines. It's not something I could do on stream, unfortunately. For many different reasons. One, I'm not confident enough, and two, I'll get banned. I don't do that stuff anymore. Stuff gets awkward. But you know, suffice to say, I am hiding my power level. I'm keeping that sealed away for now. Until I've got full control over it. Just, you know, things practiced. Ha. Oh no, what was awkward was not me doing it. Okay, no, that wasn't the part that was awkward. It's one of the reactions I got that made it awkward. Yeah. That's why I stopped. Because I was like, this is gonna be really weird if I kept doing it. Still gonna save that bit because it was surprisingly deep. What? Me talking? I can register deeper. This is just where my natural tone is at. This is just where it is naturally. If I talk higher than this, it's generally either that I've woken up and have no idea where the fuck my voice is and I'm just talking and it feels weird. That happens from time to time. Sometimes you lose your place. Not normal though. But it happens for me. What's it like when you have too much caffeine? I don't drink coffee. And caffeine doesn't do, like, anything to me. The day you no longer consider a skill awkward is the day you master it. Yeah, I'd say so. So, chicken. The reason caffeine does nothing for me is because I have ADHD. Talk dirty to me, be so mean to me that it drives me away. Hi, Koeko. Okay, look. If someone paid me enough to fucking degrade them in a certain specific kind of voice, I'd probably do it. No money, no honey. Yeah, you got it. Like, that's one of the things I've been thinking about when it comes to messing around with my voice. It's like, if I do anything like that, it means that I'll end up cultivating a community which brings in people that like that type of stuff. So it's all about what I'm comfortable with, right? Because This is the opposite problem to other people, right? I think too far ahead. I could see you doing that with how much amusement you got out of teasing Nanami and Core. Oh, okay, look. I am a sadist, after all. Sadistic is something you can use to describe me. Okay. Raise your hand if you like being stepped on here. No way that all of you feel that way. Right? Nope, I'm a dom. Nah, I give the steppies. Do you, Val? You don't give that impression. Only if it's my wife. Also a sadist as well. Okay, I'm not gonna get too much into detail of the stuff I'm actually interested in doing. But there's something special about turning on a specific tone. And saying something into someone's ears. And then noticing how wide their eyes widen. Reason I call you Those Kill website for a reason, code. Those boots are made for stepping. Hmm. Whether this like big steps. I mean, it's what the fuck have you? What the fuck did you send me? You know it's love when you find a person who can rock your world and make you suffer all within 5 minutes, then they make you breakfast in the morning like nothing happened. Yeah. But eliciting a reaction out of someone that makes them freeze. Oh, that's the good stuff, man. Like that thing, you say something or do something and the person's brain has to fucking reboot. That's a fucking special moment. I live for that type of stuff. I live for that. I get all kinds of amusement out of it. Verbal shock therapy. Like, these boots are kinda for a steppin'. Don't you think? Also, I'm going to try not taking that remark about not giving that impression personally. Takes it very personally. You do not give that impression by the way you speak. But maybe my perception's skewed. Hey kids, there's $20 to go out for the evening, and you see your mother is being a raging bitch, and I must do my duty and tame this wild beast or die trying. Just know it's your fault, and as soon as you leave, I'll be carrying her off to what is likely my demise, and it's all your fault. Here's $20. Go have fun. I remember I had this opinion. It's a wild fucking opinion, and it's just really funny. Where I was talking about how most people I know are pretty subby. You know, all their switches. But if the person in question is a switch, and I am very much a dom, and they don't meet the requirements for the reversal, then they're just a sub, right? From my perspective. Specifically from my perspective. Yeah. Loads coins into air cannon. Look, apologies if you found it offensive, Valkyrie. But if you want me to give you my impression of what I thought you were, switch leaning towards bottom. That was my impression. At the very least. Might have been wrong. Maybe you just portray yourself in one way, and you aren't actually that way. I wouldn't know. I can only go off of what I see. That's all the information I have. Switches are only switches for switches, otherwise they are bottoms. When the fuck did fucking bottom end up being interchangeable with sub? They don't even really necessarily mean the same thing. Top and bottom is just who's giving. Is it not? Is that not? Just in the simplest term? And it's got really essentially nothing to do with dom sub. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Words do change. Like, that might mean exactly what it means nowadays. In simplest terms, yes. Nowadays, people use bottom and sub interchangeably. Who cares what it is if it's true love? What if it's not true love? What if it's just a good night out? This is surprisingly accurate since I tend to be attracted to other switches. Wow, there you go. They better have one hell of a story because I'll want my 20 back. Damn kids. Not gonna use the word peg here, but I did coin you for a switch. Like I said earlier. But I did say leaning towards sub. You're a creature is what you are. Damn you. I know what you're into. I know what you're into, sir. If I had to pick, I have no idea what I would be outside of dirty old man. Look like creature is a thing now. Dude, I want a chibi model, but I want it to be like an absolute fucking creature. Actual fucking gremlin of a fucking creature. I want one. That'd be fun. Like, have you guys seen Michi's chibi? Not the cute one, the one that's like an absolute creature. I really like that one. You don't know me? I scare the yep. I would 100% be a bratty switch, but also don't touch me. When I found what I would be. I can only imagine this being followed by loud emo rock and a slammed door. You know, for one to be a brat tamer, they need to at least have a little brat within themselves. You're actually so fucking right, Packer. You're actually so fucking right. Oh, the difference in the amount of Ys? Yeah. Yeah. I love when people describe something with like a million Ys as a slutty amount of Ys. Look, I know exactly what I'm like. And for the right dom, I'm definitely would be bratty. Now, mind you, it'll always be a constant struggle. Because if I get frustrated, we're switching. Duh, Master Brat Tamer here, and I'd love to brat the brats. They hate it, but love it at the same time. That dad is my spirit animal. Kim, thank you for the 33 months! I can help you have a brat within you, but it ain't little. What? What? You ever had a situation where someone tried to assume your preference and felt viscerally annoyed, as in relationship ending? Can't say I have. Wonder if anyone else has? No. Here you go. Here you go. This is what you were referencing, Sol. Hey, friends. Hey, fucking, what's this? 3 Ys or 2 Ys? Yeah, 3 Ys. I think I like you. 4 Ys. Take the hint, dumbass. 5 Ys. Let's fuck. Anything beyond that is I'm drunk. High is friend zoned. I always love I love this shit because it's so funny to me when someone talks about how they talk with a slutty amount of Ys. But yeah, no, you definitely need to figure that shit out before you even enter into a relationship, really. Sorry, can't. Sorry, can't what? Too emotionally immature? Ah, shit. Well, guess you're boned. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me see this. Alright. Listen, I tried to show girl my Overwatch Masters rank and it makes them run away, so I don't know. Haven't found the right one, then keep trying. It will happen. Yeah. And you know, I think this is kind of important. Don't put all the weight of your worth or fucking identity around finding another partner. Be completely content and comfortable with yourself. Become a full-ass person. Figuratively and literally. Like, find yourself. Be content with yourself so that you don't need to find a partner. You'll find that often that you find a partner after this happens. But I just don't think it's necessary. Human biological imperative aside. You don't love yourself, you won't find someone to love you back. Yeah. Sometimes I'm a boob guy too. I am always going to be into midriff. I'm all about the midriff. Followed by the ass, then thighs. No, thighs, then ass. And then it's tits. And fucking everything else. Although, can we talk about how good a nice collarbone is? Not sure if that's a weird thing to talk about. You know, just. If you got freckles, it's wrap up for me. My partner has freckles. You jealous? She's also a tomboy. Yeah, I just keep winning. Me bragging a little bit. Bro, where you all find them freckled ladies at the freckle store? This is some bullshit. No, you're not the only back enthusiast. I also really appreciate a nice back. Oh my god, when the back is like muscular, it's like, whew. A nice toned back is so nice. Like, back muscles, like well-defined back muscles are just something else, man. Just makes it a challenge to put out. I ain't traveling 600 plus miles, you crazy. I'm sure there is a freckled girl within 100 miles of you. You know you did good if you make your mate's back go out. Da, 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 da. I like talking about these subjects. It's fun. My hint was my wife would switch. That's imagery. Something a bit crazy about that idea. Have such a good time that you switch to your first language. I think that's common for anyone that has to consciously and with intent speak English. If you speak English naturally, without really thinking about it, I don't think it happens as much. And this one's actually interesting. If anyone here doesn't have English in their as their first language, do you think in your first language? Both? Okay. I used to think in Cantonese when I was very little. Now my thoughts are English. Nope, that's when the fun started. Whoa. Wow. Hang on, I've got a proper picture for this. When the girls have really nice backs, you know. Whoa. You know what's the good thing about these times? What is it? What's the good things about these times? I'm assuming you're using times as in like the age we're in, right? The era. Oh god, not the 80s big hair. Fucking 80s big hair. Ugh. I did not like that. Luckily, that's not when I grew up. Big hair. Always got in the way. Neuron activation to big hair? Better see some scapulas? Oh. Whichever. Na 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 na. I used to piss my wife off by switching to the British Nature biography and threatened to get a manchette to cut through the bush. So your wife went through the phase of big hair. I see. You're right, it was the 80s. You know, I lived during the time period where Asian boys would like to fucking spike their hair. A lot of hair gel. That was really common. To some degree, I think it's still a thing, but nowhere near as the like dudes that used to fucking go out of their way to make literal fucking spikes out of their hair. What a time period that was. Can also look good on girls, mind you. Short, spiky hair. Depending. What an absolute creature era that was. Yeah, it sure was. I've never really done anything fancy with my hair. I've always ever just grown it out or kept it relatively short. Couldn't keep it super short. I keep it a lot shorter nowadays compared to how short I used to have it. Like, I used to have it longer. At least while I was growing up. But, you know, my hair is a lot shorter now. I feel like I was robbed 5 years in the 90s. You think so? Because the spiky hair time period was in the early 2000s. You know, I'm thinking of the hairs that we used to have back then. For us girls. And a lot of times it was just literally just long straight. Was the most common. Keep it like past the shoulders. Past shoulder length. Have nice bangs. Oh, I feel like you should be born sooner so you could experience more of the 90s with a more vivid memory. No, I get you. I see, I understand. I understand what you mean. You would have to be born in the 80s for that. All my earliest memories are from like 1995-ish onwards. You'd settle for 88. I'm happy with where I am at. I am happy with where I'm at. I don't feel like I missed out on anything, really. My early memories were in the 50s. I was hearing about, I was watching a clip of other VTubers talking about the oldest people they have in their chat and how they were talking about how they've never seen anyone in their chat older than 60. And then I was thinking to myself when they were talking about that I was just like, damn, do I unironically have the oldest Twitch chatter? It's really cool, honestly. Like, I know we have some streamers in their 70s, I think. Like, isn't the sniper grandpa guy around your age? I forgot his name. I just remember him as Sniper Grandpa. He's so cool. It still blows my mind that you said that you knew him. Like he's like an acquaintance or friend of yours. Yeah, have you not heard of Sniper Grandpa? I don't know what his actual user is. 80-something-year-old like granny that plays Warcraft? Hell yeah! Yeah, what I meant was like, Oh, it's Grandpa Gaming. Yeah, no, I was wondering if you knew him as an acquaintance or if it was like he was a friend. Is he on Twitch? Or does he stream on YouTube now? We met Swan at a VFU event. Yeah, I remember you mentioning something like that. Oh, he doesn't have a Twitch. Oh, he streams on Kick now. What? He's 100% what he puts out there. I believe him. I've seen him pull off some very crazy shots in games. And that's in games. Was he ever on Twitch? This channel is currently unavailable due to violation of Twitch community guidelines or terms of service. He got banned on Twitch? What for?
Hmm? Who is it?
Hi, Car. Welcome in. You know why? Why did he get banned? Why is it whenever I'm mentioned here, it's about you teasing me? Is that what happened? Is that what happened today? I don't even remember bringing you. Oh, wait, no. Valkyrie brought you up earlier. Welcome in, Core. How's VR chat? Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the raid, Core. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to the Punk Croc stream. I'm Koeko. Hi. Under bus, thy name is Val. You are under the bus. But you know, the question is, Core, do you dislike it? Getting teased? There's the true question here. Do you actually dislike it? Because I can't stop. It's very much within my ability. No? What does that no to? No to liking it or no to me stopping? You don't dislike it. Okay. So you don't want me to stop doing it? Fair enough. But yeah, thank you for the raid. If you guys need to go off and rest and sleep, etc., feel free. Go take care of yourselves. Go stretch. Same with you, Core, if you need to go rest after the thingy. Anyone need S? Fac? You good? Okay, so where were you saying? Being a base veteran grandpa who said whatever he wanted. Oh, so he just got banned for being completely unfiltered. I understand. I didn't even realize he even got banned to begin with. I don't know about you, but a waffle sounds amazing right now. God, I love waffles. I don't nearly get to eat them enough. Which is why I would not work out as a streamer. I mean, like, I say the things I'd say, and I'm still here. Of course, says, what? So is that what happened? Did he threaten someone? Is that what happened? I don't even know why he got banned. Like, I didn't even know he was. Oh, okay. Oh, Grandpa Gaming. He's the, So what exactly happened here? Oh, okay. So this was like about 4 years ago. Fair enough. I see. Well, it is what it is. I am now not going to talk about them. But I looked a little bit into the context, and there's something to do with a stream sniper. And that's it. Yeah, so... Oh, ads. Yeah, seeing seniors in the online space is actually nice. Because it's very, very common for seniors to not engage with newer technology. Because it's new and scary. Internet is just so versatile for what you need. Genuinely. Crazy fucking place. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's see. All right. Got a little bit of an ad break. So who watched the Game Awards, by the way? Anything announced at the Game Awards you guys are excited for? Question, Co, would you ever fill out a top/bottom bingo card? Depends. What even is it? Does it make a game in Okami too? Yeah, those are some bigger ones. Yes, Kiora! I'm very interested in Kiora. It looks really nice. Yeah, Elden Ring, Night Rain looked good. Steel Hunters was a bit... Tried to play it and it was like a bit rough because there's no OCE servers. Even if the game is probably fine. Top/bottom bingo card. I've done the test, you know. Like, hold on. Do I even still have that? Ah, to cut off a lot of the stereotypes. Okay. Sure. Sounds like fun. Have you got the bingo card? Boom, 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 boom. I like this song. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, where am I looking for to? Dude, I'm not excited, but like, it's a game that I would play when it actually eventually comes out. The soccer game done by the Sifu devs. Okay, so randomly, now that I'm thinking about it, because I remember triggered a memory when I said Sifu, but one of the things that bothered me the most about Kung Fu Panda is the fact Master Sifu, the fucking little red panda. It bugs me so much because his name is so fucking redundant. Like, it's a redundant name. I hate it. At least Oogway was just, you know, essentially translated to just Master Turtle. And then, meanwhile, the other names were, like, all English animal names. I'm still very bothered by Master Sifu. Or Shifu, however the fuck they wrote his name. So, Rage looked into the reason that why Ratata was made, and he told me that they wanted to keep it on the easier side so that the crowd... So this is a song for fans that go to the concerts, so it was easy for them to sing along. Yeah. Shifu. Shifu. Or in Cantonese, it's Sifu. My tones are probably gonna be bad because I haven't spoken in fucking ages. Fucking tonal language. I respond with bingo a lot in DMs, huh? Getting hit with this... Do you guys know the test that actually shows what you are? What was it called? The BDSM test? Maybe I should take it again. Hold on. I've got an old test. Wonder if it's okay to share here. Oh, I might not. Actually, might not share that result. This is a very telling one. But I can tell you my top 3. They're all 100%. I got Sadist, Rigor, and Dominant for my top 3. I had to go look for the test. Because I took a screenshot of it. Yeah, it's a long test. It gives you so many fucking questions to answer. And it's all on a scale of strongly agree to disagree to, like, I'm kind of in the middle. You know what I hate? When you have tests that don't have... They have like a, you know, slightly agree. Slightly disagree. They have only 6. They only have 6 options, and there's no real, like, middle ground. I hate those tests. Because sometimes I'm generally not either way. I like it when there's a scale of 7 of just, you know, very strongly agree. So you know, I'm trying to think about this. I wonder why I find fit muscular women so attractive. Like muscles are just really nice to look at. Ah! Like, have you guys seen Lean Beef Patty? I always use her as an example because she's actually so fucking crazy attractive. You guys seen her? God. Look at those abs! Lean Beef Patty. I was just remember her. And there's like a bunch of creators on Twitter that I follow. Like there is a TMMT San. She does a lot of male character cosplays. And she had a picture. If I can find it. Yeah, she cross dresses a lot for her cosplays. She's very, 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 very pretty. And I think she's actually relatively tall too. See if I can find a good picture. Me scrolling down this timeline so I can find one to share. And there is so much of her cosplaying. Just male characters from different things. Oh, this character. Oh, that's a good one. Maybe I should share this one. I don't know if anyone knows of this cosplayer, but yep. They're a Japanese cosplayer. They almost always do male characters. But sometimes, just sometimes they do a female character. Like, what is it? What is it about it? Have you seen the people that are on Twitter? Like, it's like guys talking about this. Talking about how if straight guys are into muscular women, that they're gay. Like what? If you like tomboys, you're gay. Weird opinions. But I like it. Every time those posts show up, the quote retweet is always going to be someone showing off a really fucking hot woman. Sometimes just have really pretty girls just fucking responding to them. It's not gay to want a woman to break you in half. It's just not. It just isn't. Yes. Here we go. This should be a pretty good post to share. Like, she's very pretty. Her cosplays go really hard. She's like tall and slender too. I actually don't know how tall she actually is. She's relatively tall. TMMT. It's a account I follow. Momoto Momo. She's 172 cm, which is... Oh god, this is 5'7", 5'8". Close to 5'8". She's like about 5'8". Yeah, so she's 5'8". 172 cm, that's like not that much taller than me. Would it be rude to call her an Amazon? When the woman's built like an Amazon. Oh man. So good. But yeah, if anyone wants to have a browse, I'll drop their Twitter. They're a cosplayer. And I think one thing you're gonna notice immediately is how often she cosplays guys. Her midriff is so nice. Oh wait! She did a Nicole cosplay? You sent me the bingo cards? Let me see. Nope. Alright, how would I even do this? Okay, so how do I even do this bingo? Do I even have a easy way to do this? Can I just do this instead? Can I just drag this in? This is so scuffed. This work. I go perfect. That'll do. What does loves to perform mean? Yeah, what would you define this? Loves to perform. What does that mean? What the fuck is all this? Yes. 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 This one's arguable. I guess that counts then. Good cook. Good with kids? What defines good with kids? Being able to fucking actually hang out with them and have a good time? Entertain them? Like what does that entail? Because how I feel about kids is I don't like them. But I am very friendly to them. So where does that put me? My nieces liked me a lot. Does that count? Like, alright, well, yep, I do not smoke or drink. Yep. I have no... Yep, the free space. Yep. I have no idea what would even determine what would make me a good flirt. Parental nurturing? Yep. Secretly. Okay, see, this one's a problem. I don't secretly like bratty bottoms. I very openly like them. I'm just gonna fucking mark that one. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yep. Bro, I can just fucking mark off almost the entire list. Except these are contextual. I don't know what makes a good flirt. And that might be more just out of autism than anything. A lot of these are actually pretty vague. Like, I don't know. What defines someone as being good with kids? Do they have to like kids? Like, yeah, are you a functioning human? I don't smoke or drink, but what defines drinking? Is it a drinking regularly? Like, I do drink alcohol when on special occasions. Does that count as drinking? Like it says smokes or drinks. Is it if you've ever spoken? I find these a little bit frustrating, these specific ones, because they're so vague. What counts? That and good flirt. I have no fucking clue. I would not know. Where's the other one? This is the last thing I should have sent someone that questions everything. No, but seriously! I'm gonna let you guys answer that one. Good flirt? What do you think? Smokes and drinks? I smoked once in high school. Ever. Drink only in special occasions. Good with kids? I don't know, dude. Like, I've never been bad with them. I guess that answers itself. Like, I've almost checked out the entire list. Where does this leave me? I was tending to my 3D prints. The question is that Valkyrie wants to ask you, because I don't know why she decided to, I'm sorry, not she, fucking I don't know why Valkyrie wanted to single you out here, but the question is, am I a good flirt? I don't know, I don't particularly try to flirt. It just happens. I'm not very conscious of it. Wait, say that again? Valkyrie wants to know whether or not you think that I am a good flirt. What do you mean, yes? Alright, fair enough. Hey guys, I filled out the card, basically. I don't know what smoking and drinking has got to do with flirt. I mean, not flirt, being top. You are natural, so if you tried, I'd die. Fair enough. Oh, wait, hang on. Ah. Oh, move that to the side. What counts for key smashing? Because I only do that for something that's really, really fucking funny. Chaotic. Where are these bingo sheets? Get them off of Valkyrie. No, 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 yes. I mean, that's just a free space. This test kind of fucking sucks. Key smashing is what I'd do if you flirted with me, obviously. Clingy, clumsy, blushes, stutters? I don't think my stuttering has anything to fucking do with being a bottom, though. That's a fucking ADHD fucking mental lag thing. I do like cuddling, though. It's comfortable. What does soft mean? That one's extremely vague. And what the fuck does I'm baby mean? Yeah, no, that's about it. Is it a stutter if your thoughts disappear to the wind? I'm not sure. Yeah, please explain soft to me. Ooh slash oh whoa. Is that just use of the term? Or is that a state of being? God, some of these are so fucking vague. Yeah, when you say key smashes, like it's like when someone's flustered, they smash their keyboards. See, does it count if I use them ironically? I don't think it does. Like, if I type something very obviously out of character, I'll sometimes attach an ooh to it. Oh my god, I'm so demure. Ooh. Why does Spare the Light seem different? You're saying demure sounds very in character, actually. Does it? It's not even part of my regular vocabulary. How's that in character? You know what surprised me? What the fuck is that meme? So demure, so something? Like a soft personality, paddable, comfy, you want to bully them. Oh, so like you! Sorry. Yeah, I'd say Naname's soft. Yeah, I can't think of anything else here that I would even mark down. I'm not soft. Something's very wrong with my Bury the Light. This is the... What have you done to my Bury the Light? Why is it changed? Why is it different? Police, I'm being attacked right now! Virgil needs to lay off those estrogen pills. Fucking Virgil, why are you... This is the correct one. Okay. What happened? They changed the old one I had. It's like wrong. Removes. Use the game edit one. That's more like it. Well, that's it then. Okay, I need someone to describe I'm baby. Like, someone, like, give me the full definition, because when it comes to I'm baby, I would associate... The first person that came to mind when I read I'm baby was Nanami. Oh, I guess this one prefers not to drive. I just don't drive. I don't know if that counts. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, what the fuck does I'm baby mean? What's like the actually meaning? I only know like what the vibe is kind of like. Sort of. It's vague. It's very vague. My understanding of what fucking that means. I didn't even know what soft meant. So, someone help explain. I like how fucking one of the options on Top Bingo was secretly likes bratty bomb and bratty bottoms. It's not secret. No, I'm baby. I need you to explain I'm baby. Oh, you like being babied, wanting everything to be done for you. I see. I think about... No fucking way, dude. God. She doesn't... Why is she taking strays? In my stream of all places. She doesn't even know me. Being babied. Okay, I understand. Yet that's it. What does saying heck a lot have to do with being a bottom, though? For me, the words that come to mind is a combination of two words. One, you rest your head on when you're sleeping, and the other one is royalty. That and freaky. Based, you know, honestly. She knows what she likes. Oh, that's my impression. And that's just from an outsider's point of view. A lot of people like to associate cursing profusely as a sign of dominance, but I've always pegged it for the opposite. It depends, I think, personally. I think it depends on the context and how often it's abused. Because I drop my profanities very casually. Whereas I would associate that someone that uses profanities when they're fucking extremely fucking angry as the opposite. Context. Mine's just, it's just normal everyday vocab. And someone goes, fuck. Well, that's it. That's that bingo. like, I actually don't associate it with top or bottom. But if you told me to associate them, that's how I would associate it. I don't even really see it as a fucking top thing. It's so casual for me. Are you not entertained? What's this? What's this? Are you not entertained? My microphone on? No, it's not. I need to bring out my Fugi. I know it's a fucking quote from Gladiator. My question is, why did you bring up the quote randomly? What's the context? Like, no shit, I know it's a quote. I'm just asking why you brought it up. What is it in relevance to? It was in congruence with filling out the cards. Ah, that's what you mean. Yeah. Hope you guys were entertained, honestly. Just a short little moment of me filling out those cards. And then me getting hung up on whether or not things are actually... I it's a hang up I have. I worry about things being quote unquote correct. It is fairly difficult for me to lie. I don't like it when things are wrong. My brain hates it. So vague situations are to Ko like grains of salt to the Fae. Okay, you're gonna have to give me the context of the Fae here. Because that sentence implies that the Fae will just take everything at word at face value. It's the opposite of taking words at face value. Yeah, no, I like having context. Because sometimes when sentences are sort of vague, at least there's context to supply what it actually means. Hey, Vexile, how you doing? Not bad, been drinking a bit. Oh yeah? Having a good time? Context and some Fae folk have an irrational need to count every single grain of salt when it's poured in front of them. Ah. I see. randomly reminds me of this one thing, whereas when does a pile of sand stop being a pile of sand, and when does it become a pile of sand? Was either salt or sugar, too lazy to double check now. Okay. Understandable. Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm like extremely literal. But I will make certain assumptions based on the context given. But if it's not clear, I get a little annoyed. But it's not like I'm perfect, so I will misinterpret sentences. I have a random question. Hang on, give me a sec. I need to ask this. I'm not gonna supply, like, basically any context. And I want to see how many people actually know what he's talking about here without the context. Do you ever find your frankness be amusing even when you don't intend it to be? I tend to get it a lot. I'm not really sure. No one really talks about that with me. Yeah, okay, so you got that immediately, Garrick, but is that because you already know how it's spelled? Like... Like, I already knew what it was spelled like. But this is no context. This is given exactly like this, as is. Got distracted. Brother gave me 100. Maybe I should go get more grog. Lo, I thought as much. So there's not much context here given. I'm just wondering what you guys get out of it. And your assumption is that it's Spider-Man. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out, because I was told that the context is so vague and there's no real context here. But there is a little bit of context. It's Spider-Man. Yeah, only comic book nerds would get it. Okay, so for the example, I'm the person I was discussing this with knew that Spider-Man had a hyphen, but he had no idea that's what Spider-Man was even referencing, because there's no like context to supply that that's what he's talking about. For me, when I looked at it, it was more what else could he be talking about? Like, yeah, sure, you could apply this to anything to do with a hyphen, but if it's on its own, like, what else would you assume? Right? The full image, the actual full image, is actually referencing his name. Yeah, there are some comics that don't have the hyphen. I think there was a reason that mattered, and it's something to do with distinguishing stuff. And then some convoluted stuff such as it has to have the hyphen because of how he is part spider and part man. And then I heard another reason for it being the fact that the way the letter spacing worked out, that it was too similar to another similar amount of... Is it even similar? No, it's not similar. It's just the spacing of it. Yeah, I've seen it both ways, but apparently this is technically correct, is having a hyphen. Okay, so I'm glad I'm not the only one that looks at this with zero context and knows that it's actually talking about hyphen. He's talking about the fact that it's spider hyphen man. There was also someone else I showed it to, and their response was, "What's a hyphen?" So, like, I was like, I don't think sending it to them was actually a good reference for what assumptions people make when they look at that image with no context. What is the illustrator for that? I don't know who drew this. I have absolutely no idea who drew this. But here's the full image. Here's the full context. I'll admit, very savvy. PS, well orchestrated too. You could have been a part of it, but instead you desecrate these grounds by bringing the Spider-Man. It's actually really funny. Bring me Spider-Man! He doesn't want to be famous? I'll make him infamous! Let me see. Spider-Man hyphen comic. Sure, why is there no Demon Core Iron Man? I'm not sure. Why is there no Demon Core Iron Man? Hyperfixation put engaged. You can look it up, because you're the one that wants to know. I'm not actually that concerned. Because I'm not actually curious here. I am a contrarian after all. You pointed out hyperfixation, but this isn't a hyperfixation. You know the difference? If it was, I would have continued. I think my fixations are actually pretty fucking obvious what they are, usually. Board games. Main one, board games. I bought board games yesterday. I actually did. Where is it? Let me see. I bought an expansion to another board game, and then I also bought... an image of this. I bought... The biggest giveaway, honestly, is the eye design on the mask and whether or not he has web gliders on the suit. Ah. I didn't actually read that much, Marvel. I bought this yesterday! Who's heard of this board game? It's called Bullet. I have both Bullets. I have Bullet Heart and now Bullet Star. This is the one I bought yesterday. I like this board game. It's very simple. Someone decided to turn Bullet Hell into a board game, and it really truly is a bullet hell. Interesting. Eye design on the mask and whether or not he has web gliders on the suit. Okay. Yeah, comic book era stuff is something that I'm not super versed in. A lot of my information came from someone that did read it, and they would tell me a lot of stuff. If I was a billionaire like Sark, I would have made something similar to Iron Man, but with the demon core as the energy source, using its radiation to power everything inside the suit. Doesn't he do something similar already? With what the fuck is it made out of? Like, he uses like an arc reactor, right? Like, at first he was using the palladium core. And then he made it out of something else? I can't remember what it was called. Palladium was killing him, slowly. Arc reactor. He was getting, like, palladium poisoning. And was, like, killing him. And then he got, like, the surgery, got all the stuff, like, taken out. And then he found, what the fuck did he name it? The new Badassium? He made one out of a new element in the movies, and I'm not sure how much it's brought up in the comics. I don't actually know. But I know in the movies, that's how it went. In the Iron Man 2 novelization, as was the junior novelization, the element created to replace palladium in the arc reactor is called vibranium. Subsequent release of Captain America, the First Avenger, retconned that information. So that's not vibranium anymore. This vibranium is a metal. I remember there was a video I watched about someone explaining how Wolverine would not be that compatible with like a vibranium skeleton or whatever. And they were explaining how they were like different types of vibranium and one of them would literally fucking melt him or some shit. I don't know the details. I am only a consumer. I've only ever read like 1 or 2 actual Marvel comics. And I don't even remember which they are because they were my brother's. If I'm even remembering it correctly. Humans are susceptible to false memories. Although I think one of my earliest introductions to Marvel was actually the X-Men. And it was because of the X-Men animated series. You guys remember the X-Men animated series? Vibranium is very well known for its conductivity because Captain America would have gotten his ass fried to a crisp when getting the business end of Thor's hammer quite a few times. Yeah, X-Men animated series. I watched this when I was young. I'm not as much of a fucking Marvel head as I used to be. I, like, don't care that much. Are you mutant and proud, Co? Well, if you're talking about how being a mutant, people decide that was an allegory for being gay. Am I proud about the fact I'm gay? No. I'm not, like, not proud of it either. Like, it's just a fucking simple fact of my sexuality. What do I have to be proud of? It's such a strange thing to me to be proud of my sexuality. Like, what has it done for me that I should be proud of? Where would this pride even come from? Funny that it's called Pride Month. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I am proud. If I'm a mutant and we're talking about literally, then my only superpower is not needing 8 hours of sleep. That would be my only superpower, really. 4 to 6, and I'm good to go. Silently psychoanalyzes that response. Go for it. I will genuinely tell you if you are wrong about your assessment of me. But, you know, okay, this will actually be an interesting fucking question. Describe me in a sentence, or a paragraph if you will. What type of person do you think I am? Complicated question. If you were to boil me down to words, what words would you use? Can I just reuse what Sentos said a week ago? What the fuck did Sentos say a week ago? He literally just boiled me down to keywords. No, use your own words. Those are Senthos. Like, if you've been here long enough to make assessments of what I am like, what is your impression? Am I good? Am I evil? Am I nice? Am I mean? Am I ethical? Unethical? What are my morals like? Am I a bad person? Am I a good person? All very, very, very contextual questions. What am I? Because the reality of how humans are like is we see ourselves and what we're like essentially through the lens of other people. Do we truly understand what we are, how we come off, at least how they perceive our actions? So that's how you really get a good idea of what you are. I don't know how to fucking look at myself and be like, and understand what I am. I can understand why I do certain things, but I don't know how I would describe me. And I think that's hard to do. I'd like to be able to do it. Chaotic neutral? If you give me an alignment, yeah, chaotic neutral sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would describe me as chaotic neutral. If you were to use the Dungeons and Dragons alignment, then no. I can see myself leaning more towards. From my own perspective, I want to say I would either be chaotic neutral or even lawful evil. That's from my perspective. Not chaotic evil. Definitely not. Chaotic, blunt, straightforward, understanding, curious, inquisitive, honest. Doesn't blunt already imply that? Same with straightforward. Don't blunt and straightforward already imply honest? No, I guess no, you can be blunt and... You don't have to be fucking... But blunt and straightforward, aren't they essentially the same thing? Understanding and curious, huh? Reading that as curious and not curios, which is, you know, the little knickknacks you find in dungeons. You know, the little tiny little rarities, little curios that you bring back and sell. Or keep, depending. Sometimes the curio you find in a dungeon is actually the MacGuffin that advances the plot. So, if I were to ask the question, what part do you think is the chaotic? Where does chaotic come in? That's actually the only one I would have a question for. Also, curious and inquisitive, they're like essentially the same thing. My assessment, pseudo-maniacal lesbian crock with a proclivity for philosophical thought and fanatical ideation. Okay. You may be onto something here, but I need you to expand on fanatical ideation. That and also pseudo-maniacal. Explain maniacal. Like, I get what you mean by pseudo-maniacal. As in not, but sort of. I find myself deep in thought a lot when it comes to philosophy. Like how I talked about today, about the study of stupidity and how Chipola made, Cipolla? C-I? How do you pronounce C-I? Is it Chi? Chi? Carlo Cipolla It's a ch sound, right? Right? C-I? I don't know how to pronounce that, but he had the 5 rules of stupidity. And essentially it all boils down to people underestimate how many stupid people there are in the world. Stupid people always fucking cause harm to everyone around them, even including themselves. Maniacal in the sense that your thought can be easily derailed with the right brackets all guess wrong stimuli. Yeah, no, I can actually see that. Although I don't know how much of that I would attribute to ADHD. Although maniacal is usually a bit of a maniacal. Called someone a maniac because they're suffering from mania. Alright. That's like essentially insanity. So, fancy raising pop culture savvy? I'm not sure what that. I'm not. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Fanatical ideation is being a fanatic in your ideals. Would you use that to describe me? Hey, Lakos! Haven't seen you in a bit. Welcome in. I mean, aren't we all a little insane? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, how that would apply to me. That's why I asked. Fanatical ideation. Fancy way of saying pop culture savvy. Am I pop culture savvy? What defines pop culture? What even is pop culture? The fuck is pop culture? Google. The fuck is pop culture? Superficial entertainment in contrast to more serious art. Like, yeah, popular culture. Like, yeah. But, like, I feel like they've got more words than the literal meaning. I mean, a fan is just an abbreviation of fanatic, and typically when you think of a comic book or a movie fan, it's applicable in that sense. No? I suppose, but the definition of fan and fanatical have they've changed over the years. Fanatic is taken to a degree a lot further than what you would describe as someone that's a fan. Fan is how would I describe it? Not just a watered down version of what a fanatic is. It's like a fanatic has like a negative connotation to it, but a fan doesn't. Fanatic ideation is something I would associate with a cult. So that's why I wanted to elaborate. Where's my favorite cult? The cult. My favorite cult is the cult of Grimbo Virtual Tuber. Grimmy VT. That's my favorite cult. Oh wait, no, tied for first place is also the Violet Sign. My favorite cult. VTubers aren't a cult? I mean... Oh, that doesn't work. You wrote it in text, so I can't make that joke. Like... No? Maybe? I think the distinction actually matters here. Because cults are usually distinguished by whether or not it is a idolization. What's the fucking veneration of a fucking individual or concept in a religious context. What color would best represent cults? I'm not a cult leader. Don't make this into a cult, alright? Come on. What color would best represent cults? Where did colors originate? You see, so there's actually a movie, it's a documentary about how colors came to be. If you look it up, there's actually a color called, it's a movie. It's called Pleasantville. If you watch Pleasantville, you'll know how color came to be. That's the origin of color. You look up Pleasantville, it's a documentary. A cult, brackets lovingly maybe, but not an actual cult, yeah. Just seeing how much I could steer the conversation. Very easily. I'm not trying to keep any structured conversation going here, I'm just going mostly off of whatever I read. There's no order here. Conversations are chaos. We bounce back and forth. Tangent off, steer off, come back, loop back around. Wibbly wobbly. I actually don't know what the fuck color would you... Yeah. If you're being overly literal, you could consider VTubers as idols in the musical sense, I suppose. You know, even with medication, the flow of conversation with someone with ADHD is definitely, definitely still pretty chaotic. Even with medication. It will be easier to bring us back to a topic. It'd be easier for us to hold on to things and then go back to something after talking about it. But if you're not medicated, it's very easy for me to forget where I was. That's the main difference. Yeah, like, VTubers as idols is very specific to the VTubers that are basically idols. To some degree. Unless you get really overly, literal with idols in general. Yeah, fuck no. Even if I did music, fuck no. Like, yeah, no, fuck no. Even if I did music, that would be not even relevant for me. It really just depends on the type of VTuber. Hi, English, please? Don't we have a command for that, Z? There we go. Thank you. I don't even know if there's other languages we could put in there, but those are the main ones I thought that would cover it. What the heck did they even say? That throws it into deep L. You don't know Spanish, but because you have that skin. What? What the fuck does Google translate that to? I don't get it. I don't get what they're trying to say. Whatever. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be. Yeah, I'm not. I don't even know how to even begin to interpret that. You know, there was this accent detector thing that I was messing around with the other day. Is that what that means? You got that from that? I'm like confused now. I'm doing good. Streaming. I I I don't know. I don't know. DeepL may be telling me something wrong here. I have no idea what the fuck they tried to ask, or even if they were asking something, or if they're stating something. I like very, very, very confused. Yeah. Oh well. Whatever. I guess. Don't speak anything other than English here. I can only read English. Yeah. You know, if I were able to actually read Japanese better without needing to reference something to turn, oh, what was it called? What would you call it? If Japanese in Twitch chat had furigana, I feel like I'd have a decent-ish time reading it. Although my canon is very rusty. I've like forgotten what some of the characters are. A lot of the time I take words, Japanese words that I don't know the kanji of, slap it in Google, and then look at the phonetics at the bottom. And that's how I understand. I change it to Ramaji, and that's how I go, oh! Because I can't fucking read. Like, I don't even look at the translation, because half the time it's fucking wrong. But it's kind of funny, because I'm just like, oh, okay, I can't really read. I'm fucking illiterate. Yeah, so useful, because I look down below where the microphone is, and I'm just like, oh, okay. And sometimes I put it in. You know what I need? I need, like, a Japanese text-to-speech. So I can hear it. If I heard Japanese through text-to-speech, I feel like I'd be okay. Ish. I think my comprehension is enough for normal, basic conversations. God, text does not do the Kiwi accent any fucking justice. I swear to God. So much gets fucking lost in translation. Text doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't even give you the same impression of what a Kiwi accent sounds like. Also, Z doesn't even speak with that type of Kiwi accent. Her accent's like very soft Kiwi. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like the difference between hearing a fucking full-on bogan Australian and just, you know, normal casual Australian. You did your best. Yeah, you can't. You can't do Kiwi in text. It's impossible. Because the Kiwi accent's like, oh, hey, bro. You know, fish and chips. Fish and chips. No, it's not. Fish on chops is not really fucking that accurate. Come on now. Chips. It's not chops. Dick. You know, deck. 6. I have no idea what the omelettes do to use. Chips. 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 Fish and chips. Waxing big dicks. I still like the fucking made-up character I got. The Kiwi bully. You're dead, kid. You're in for hiding after school. Oh, I can't eat chips. Hang on, I'll let you guys listen to them. On beach days.
Oh no! Oh no!
On beach days.
I'm beached, bro. I'm beached as. Hey, bro. Oh, hey, bro. What are you doing, bro? Dude, I'm beached as. Oh, shit. You're beached as. Tell me something I don't know. Bro, you're heaps beached, eh? So beached.
Fucking heaps.
Beached
Yeah.
as. Do you want a chip, bro? As in a chop? Yeah, chip. A potato chop. This one, chip. A chip. I would
chip.
know, bro, but I don't eat chips. Well, that's shit. No, I only eat
The
plankton.
plankton.
Plankton? Can't chew, bro. Try chip, bro. No, I will. I can't chew. Just try chip, bro. You don't understand. I might look big, but I can't chew, bro. I only have plankton. That's pretty deceptive. Oh, no, it's very misleading. Do you have any plankton? I'll go and check over here. Do you happen to have a bucket or a hose, bro? I need to get wet ASAP. Are you pretty parched? I'm parched as. And I'm beached, bro. You're beached as. Oh, no. See if I can find some plankton. Please, have a look around for some plankton. So beached.
That one's a classic. On beach days. Need a who's. Where's the fucking ad that I'm looking for? Oh, dude, New Zealand versus Aussie Kids ad was so funny.
What are you doing this weekend? I'm putting up a retaining wall. Do it yourself? Nah, I'm going to get some broken. Oh, come on, mate, do it yourself. She's a pretty big job. You'll be right. You reckon? We can knock it over in half a day. Yeah, get a couple mates around. Hey, Jonesy! Huh? Give us a hammer for job Saturday. Mate, you're dreaming. Aussies. Ah, no surprises there.
DIY. It's in our DNA.
It's in our DNA. Fucking, I need to find it. Where is the fucking good Kiwi accent? Where is the fucking good ad for this? Good Kiwi accent one. This one.
I'd had a hard day, and yes, we do have hard days in television, but if you're a new immigrant or a tourist, there could be an entirely different interpretation on it, and that's what's worrying Heather McAllister. She sees and hears it all the time. Our Kiwi slang perplexing those not so familiar with it. And after conducting his own experiment, Matt Chisholm believes Heather's onto something.
Kelly, did you catch the ABs at the weekend, bro?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
After that meal, are you feeling knackered?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm just, it was too spicy actually. I hope that's what you mean.
You talked something naked. I understood that word.
Something naked?
Yeah, you talked, I think, that.
No, nothing naked.
But you talked.
Hey, where are you going with this?
But you used that word.
I didn't use the word naked.
Yeah, you used it.
You're naked.
Sometimes it's not what you say, but how you say it.
Even for people who have been living in an English-speaking environment, they're not familiar with the New Zealand accent, and in particular, all the little Kiwi expressions.
Izzy Dag's hard case, hey?
Oh God, what are you? What are you trying to say?
It can be a source of fun. Sometimes, you know, you can have a great laugh about it, but sometimes it can be a little frustrating.
Do you feel knackered?
No. Again, you used the word naked. So you used it, and I understood it.
Naked and knackered.
It's the same thing.
Knackered, I am tired.
I don't understand.
Naked, I have no clothes on.
That's right. That's right, yeah.
Some say that we New Zealanders
We Kiwis.
use far too much slang.
Talking to migrants and tourists.
It's also been suggested
That it's scaring them off.
Community involvement.
A situation this woman sees far too often.
I help migrants set
It's crazy how much slang is used in fucking New Zealand. Also here in Australia to some degree, but it's different slang. We have overlaps. Definitely have overlaps in slang. Like, where is it? Baltimore accent. Which one am I looking for here? First result?
I'm ready to do this for y'all dumbasses real quick. Hold on. Earned and earned on Tuesday, 2/22/22 at 2:22 p.m. Stupid. I'm ready to do.
Is this the iron earned or iron earn? This one?
I said, bottom accents, say this phrase out loud. Earn, and earn. Hold on, earn. Aaron, earn, and iron, earn. Damn, what the fuck? We really talk like that?
Let me see it.
Earn.
Let me see it.
Earn, the iron, earn. What? Earn, the iron.
No,
Aaron, earned, and iron, earn.
Earn. Dummy. Earn, and earn.
Yo, what's
Yearn.
Earn. Dummy, it's not that, dummy. It's Aaron.
It's earned, and iron, dummy.
Aaron, earned, and iron, earn.
Earned, and iron, earn.
Holy shit. But you know, we also have fucking.
There's some Scottish people that kind of say purple burglar alarm, 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 burglar, purple burglar,
Bim can say it, did you know? Bim can say purple burglar alarm. He's talented. I forgot what word that she couldn't say properly. Bro, what the fuck? We really talk like that? It's so funny. Who's this one?
Can you say purple burglar alarm without rolling the R's? That's gonna be hard. God, I can't even do it. Purple. Okay. Purple. Oh, I rolled the R. Purple. How do you say burglar without rolling the R? Purple. Burglar. It's too hard. Alarm. Purple. Burglar. Alarm. That's way too difficult to do. Purple burglar alarm. Holy moly. Burglar.
I'm Australian. I couldn't roll an R to save my life. R. I'd rather be cursed to roll every R than not being able to at all. Boy, do I have a streamer for you. I love the way she rolls her R's. Yeah, exclamation mark BIM 10. So how common is it to be able to roll your R's? Like you go rrr. You're dumb. The hell's a brogue? Is this just another word for accent? I've never seen it used before. Brogue, brog? Brew equal brogue? Bro. Brother. Fuck are you saying? Just move this window here. Do this. Refresh. Dude, how often have you guys noticed the shit I say and how weirdly I say them sometimes? Happens quite a fair bit. My friend's Irish grandma used to always tell me to say broke. Interesting. God, like, when I hear them, I have, like, a reasonable idea of the difference between the Irish and Scottish accents. But when I don't have them in front of me, I sometimes forget which one was which. It's weird. Scottish accents. Do you ever have accents? You're just like, oh, innit, bruv. Can I give you guys some cursed information? Alright, I'm gonna curse you guys, alright? It's a bit of a cognito acid. Innit is British for des. Desu. Too late. I've already said it. It's actually so fucking funny. I saw that post one day. I was just like, what? Innit is British for desu. Joke's on you, there was a delay. Wait a second. That's actually really fucking funny. Holy shit, this is so deep fried. God. It's even got the funny fucking watermark. What? There's a fucking funny watermark on it, dude. This is a vintage meme. The only fucking website I fucking remember. Where's Innit, bruv? Innit, bruv. Fucking, sorry. Itadakimasu. I have no fucking clue. What the fuck do the Brits say before they eat? Is there even a fucking translation for itadakimasu? Do you guys even have an equivalent? Is there an equivalent? I don't think there is. God save the queen. That's not what itadakimasu means. Bless this meal. Maybe? I don't know. Itadakimasu is, how do I even describe itadakimasu? Sort of like saying grace. There is in Russian? Like I know in Cantonese we've got it, and it roughly translates. There's something that Cantonese they say is like go fan. Yeah, it's fucking Skvana. Nice to see your online numbers are getting bigger. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Don't even tell me they're bigger. I don't want to know. I'll find out later. I don't want to know on the on the spot. Yep, ignorance is bliss. I don't want to know. No, it's not even a social anxiety thing. It's it'll influence my state of mind, and I don't want that. It'll affect the stream if I know. That's the best way I can put it. It'll affect the stream. You know? You know, someone gets nervous because it's higher than normal, or someone fucking gets sad because it's lower than normal. You know, it's all kinds of fucking things. Don't get hung up on numbers. That's like the best thing. Yeah, you don't get hung up on the numbers. Yeah, dude, I'm streaming too. Shakespeare would like a word with me? For what? I don't think you should get hung up on the bank account numbers either. That's got its own set of problems. A dusty old mummy is here to tell you. Oh, okay. Oh boy. I wonder if Shakespeare ever shook a spear. You know, it's not entirely outside of the realms of possibility of that Shakespeare may or may not have shaken a spear. You're doing a damn good job. Keep it up. Thank you. Sir Camelot? Where are you going with this? Nowhere. I see. I see. I firmly believe his name is just a very early typo. We've got a lot of those. For Camelot. What happened? They are not. Okay, hold on. So you guys get the audio?
King Arthur came a lot, didn't he?
I think you mean that he's associated with the court of Camelot.
No, it definitely says King Arthur came a lot.
Camelot.
Camelot.
Yeah, it's his court where he held court. It's a place.
All right. But do we know if he came a lot, or like just the same as an average man, like about a tablespoon?
The only evidence I have in that regard is that he is said to have had one child.
Right. So probably not.
Probably not.
Not the right. So probably not. Oh my god, I love that. The dry fucking delivery, dude. I couldn't do that. I can't give dry deliveries like that. I love dry humor, but I don't think I'd be able to give you a dry delivery. Unfortunately, I have this illness called I'm being a streamer, and we have to laugh at our own jokes, because if we don't laugh at our own jokes, then you won't hear any laughter. It's like we have to be our own laugh track. How tragic. How tragic. But it's different. It's kind of different than a laugh track. Yo, I should download a laugh track. Wait, no, I should add a laugh track to sound alerts. Oh my god, that would actually be good. I need to go download some canned laughter. The fuck you mean lost in Australian? I don't think Australians laugh like me. I'd like to think that I have a rather fucking strange and unconventional laugh. It's great though, thanks. You guys make me feel better about things that I had complexes about growing up. Sure, you are one of a kind. Ain't no one else like me. I'm one of a kind. You have a hard time believing you were feeling bad about it in the first place? Why do you have a hard time believing it? It's like, what do you mean? Look, I've gotten shit for it my entire fucking life, right? It's not until the recent years that people have actually told me how much they like it. Like strangers telling me that they like my voice. And by strangers, I essentially mean like new random viewers coming by telling me they like my voice, etc, etc, etc. Means less if you've been here for ages. Because that's how brains work. But after a while, you do develop a complex. You do get annoyed at people asking. Like, I don't feel particularly good about how my voice sounds. The amount of times I have people drum by Not as often as others, mind you, not as often as others, but from time to time they do drop by and they like, are you a guy? Or they assume, you know, that's the other one. That one's a classic. The amount of times that comes by and just randomly some guy asks. It's either, you know, are you a guy or you a girl or a boy? Well, sometimes they come by and go, what are your pronouns? Because they're not sure. That's what I've been told. Doesn't sound like a guy voice at all. Yeah, that's what I've been told. By a lot of people. But then I get those people still show up from time to time. I had one that wasn't sure. And then when he heard the answer, he was like, ooh, let's go. I'm like, oh, alright. I understand why you're here. But yeah, no, I don't have that much confidence in my voice, unfortunately. That's why I'm not really that willing to mess around with it that much. So I'll just speak, you know. Yeah, it's not that hard. And even if you find someone you listen to, and you realize information about that person through their voice, who the fuck cares? Alright? Weird discussions? I love weird discussions. You know, I had a viewer come in here once. Like a first time chatter. They got banned. But I was like, no. I kept trying to, I was correcting them. I'll give you a couple, right? And he kept insisting. He kept fucking insisting on it. I was just like, no, I'm not a guy. And they're like, trap? No, not that either. I'm a girl. And then they're like, trans then? No. Literally not. And I'm like, I don't know why you fucking come in here and fucking insist on telling me what my gender is. Hello? I think I know. No? Right? I think I know what my gender is. Looks down in pants. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I know my gender. For me, at least, right? Like, I don't. And it's just, and then he dropped this bang. He's like, nice cock. I'm like, all right, get the fuck out of here. So I banned them. I still remember that. That was many years ago. No, I get it relatively often. No, it's not even that often. I still remember the guy that came by and said, you sound like Virgil. That one was a first. You sound like Virgil. I'm like, the fuck do you mean I sound like Virgil? How dare you insult Virgil like that? What the fuck? Me personally, I like it towards the end of occasional sentence where the rasp comes in and your pitch heightens a bit. I have no idea what part of my sentence does that. Like, there's probably a bit of rasp to my voice. I don't even know what the fuck you would call it. There's like a word for this. Hang on, I remembered it because I learned it at some point, but I don't actually remember. Growl. Is that what they call it? Growl? Right. Is it growl? I don't even know how you'd describe it when voices have the ah. Z explained it to me before, because Z actually knows a lot more about that. Like I remember a lot of different things to do with voice, right? You have cadence, which is like speech, the speed of how fast you talk. You have like, was it timbre? I don't actually know what timbre really means. I still don't really understand what timbre means. Pitch, I need Z. Was it I think growl is an actual thing. I don't even know what it is about my voice that I do normally or naturally. Like, so you have like the different things about different voices, and like sometimes a gravelly voice, I think you can describe. I don't even know what voice qualities I have. Sorry, Z, I'm talking about like the different terminologies people use for describing voices. Like you have all the different words, and I don't even know what some of them even sound like. I don't actually have a point of reference. Like you have like gravelly voices, growly. I don't know how you would describe mine. I don't even know like what type of description you'd give my voice and what qualities are in it. Because I'm not trying to add or do anything with it. Like, how do you describe this? Vocal textures? I think it's textures. I think that's the definition. I'm bad at describing things, I just know there are words to describe things. Yeah. Like from listening to myself speak, I don't hear myself normally. I have headphones on, so I hear how I reverberate through my skull through headphones. So I think I sound deeper to myself compared to how I sound to you guys. Because I have headphones on. So I don't actually know specifically how I sound. Like hearing yourself is so weird. Raspy. Pitch and resonance on giga high. You have a little fry. Fry, I remember that's the word you used, was fry. Little breathy, brightish, but not hyper bright. Raspy since gravelly is often accompanied by visualizing someone gargling rocks. Do I actually speak that raspy? Do I have a raspy voice? Or is it just has a raspiness to it? Like, I don't think I would use raspy, right? No. I still don't remember what fry is supposed to mean. Vocal fry? What the fuck is a vocal fry? I feel like it's been explained to me before and I still don't really get it. A little fry at the end of some words depending on how energetic you are. I need someone who sings and knows the terminologies well to actually give me a description. And to what it actually sounds like. Breathy? Am I breathy? Is there actually a breathiness to my voice? I've never thought about it. I've genuinely never thought about it. My voice is just my voice. So there's a breathiness to it. Not Monroe breathy. Okay, got it. I associate breathy with like kind of whisper but not whisper. It's almost like you're fucking moaning what you're saying by breath when you think about breathy voices. Slight breathy quality, but I wouldn't say Ko's voice is breathy. Okay. A season. Pitch and resonance aren't giga high. You have a little fry to your voice. A little bit breathy. Brightish. Okay, so what does bright mean? When you talk about voices, what does bright mean? So you know how someone like Morgan Freeman's voice sounds dark? I've never heard that description for Morgan Freeman's voice. Morgan Freeman's voice is like there's a richness to it. Rich, fullness. I don't even know how I would describe it. I don't know the terms. Yeah, so is dark just the deep thing? Mostly resonance and not pitch. So what does a dark resonance mean? Like the underlying sound to the voice, not what's up front. Not quite. I'm a little... Audio is a little bit harder for me. To like fully grasp or understand. Huh. Yeah, it is really hard to describe without clear examples. Like, so if Morgan Freeman's voice is like dark, Iron Mouse is what you consider a bright voice. Okay. Okay, resonance. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like, one side I'm hearing, one side is pitch and one side's the other. Resonance. Resonance. Is this like the frequency of the sounds? I'm trying to understand what resonance actually means in terms of voices. One of the most difficult things I've ever fucking tried to talk about or understand is trying to understand voice profiles. It's like the background sound. Huh. Okay. I'm not fully following. But I think I get it. Not quite. Maybe, sort of. I feel like I have the vibe. Like your resonance will change if you lift the back of your tongue or shorten your vocal tract. The quality of the sound. Lift the back of your... How do you lift the back of your tongue? Lift the back of my tongue. Lift the back... Lift the... Huh. No. No, I'm like... The different colors of noise? No, I'm like... sort of in, like, know about colors of noise. Welcome to my life with voice training. You know, whatever you're doing with your voice training, I don't think you're gonna get any helpful feedback from me. Mostly because I like how you sound already. Linked you a page of some examples where they say some qualities of the voice too. Huh. Okay. What is this? Oh, wowee. Mariah Elizabeth. Low, medium pitch, low intonation, low volume, high resonance. And then there's just a bunch of examples to describe what those voices are like. Oh, okay. It's low pitch, low intonation, intonation spikes, lowish resonance. God, there's so much here. There's so much in this resource. What the fuck? I have to admit, I'm usually fascinated with studying vocal inflections. Very useful to make note when apprehending people and determining the truthfulness of their responses. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Welcome to voice training. Can I give up? Seems too complicated. I don't think that stuff is gonna be that relevant for me because I'm trying to get voice training for singing. So I think that might be different. Maybe it's the same. ADHD mids must be wearing off. Probably is. Roundabout. It's around about the time it would wear off. Yeah, no, it's definitely wearing off. You know, singing has a different stuff for you. So this is vocal training for speaking, right? This is like a whole fucking new world. But it could be important if I'm trying to mimic a certain voice style. I need to find someone that'll help train me so that I can do cool voices. But I know at the very least, I know that this is how I speak when I'm relaxed. Yeah. Why are you sorry? Why is the first thing you say today, I'm so sorry? You cannot sleep? Oh, okay, but why are you, I'm so sorry? Like, what's happening? Oh, fuck you. You're so stupid, Rosvik. You were so fucking stupid. You're actually fucking, I swear to God. You're like the only person I know that does this. You're the only person I know. You're only the only person I know. Like, you've noticed that, losing your accents when singing is not really universal? Everyone has an accent, Rosmik. What do you mean, do I have an accent? Do you speak English? Yes, you have an accent. Not even just English. Just... like, do you speak? I should have stopped it at speak. I don't even know what Drendrek sounds like. Yeah, varies from person to person, not based on singing or speaking. Do I have an accent? Fucking every fucking time, dude. Every fucking time. I swear to God. Every fucking time I've seen someone ask, do I have an accent? It has always come from a fucking American. You all think you have no accent, and it is really fucking funny. And no matter where you are on this planet, you have an accent. Okay? No matter where you're from. Your accent is whatever is common in your region. God, I have a, how do I even say this? I have a really hard time remembering voices in a way where I can bring it up in memory, but I will recognize your voice once I've heard it. Because I've got the other thing that's not aphantasia, the other one. Accents are objective. Everyone has one within their... Exactly! Yeah, no, accents aren't subjective. Everyone has one. Literally everyone has one. And when accents get more regional is like, then you get into dialects. But that's language, not actually to do with accents. I wonder if I have like any accent changes when I'm angry. I don't actually know. Yeah, I don't actually know. Like if any accent comes out when I'm angry. I know some people are like that. They'll speak like with not much of a accent leaning towards any other, like, any specific country other than their main region. You doozy. I find it really funny. You actually did get a bit British. You turn a bit native. Usually it's tone change when anger is involved. Yeah, no, obviously you get a tone change, right? It's a tone shift. It's obviously, you can tell someone's pissed off, right? Talking and they're actually really fucking pissed off. It's like they're trying to talk through clenched teeth. Like they're about to fucking strangle someone. You know, kind of like that. You know, it's like you're trying to choke someone with your words, almost. Like you're trying to fucking physically assault someone with your words. That's the type of tone it is when someone's pissed. That, and they also just get kind of loud. That's the other factors. They get loud. A lot of people get loud when they're angry. Not everyone does, but it's really common for people to fucking get loud. Voices are actually such a fucking interesting to talk about. None of that. I know that's a joke. But none of that. Yeah, so just interesting to see tones, accents, intonations, listening to how people talk. You have a country accent? Okay, sus jokes are fine, just not to do with that. That's not even just sus, it's problematic. Understand there's a line and you cross the line there. Okay. That's it. But usually I'm so very suppressed that some words slip out. Not the butt word? Hmm. Ah! Hey, thank you for the follow. Alright. So. You know, when I listen, the type of voices I like are like... Ooh. Who has a type of voice I really like? Trying to think. Oh, Ori. Orihime has a voice I like. Who have I said I've liked the voice of? I tend to like voices that are on the deeper side. Obviously I like Bim's voice, but Bim's voice is not something that's within the usual typical range that I like listening to. Sansin has a voice I like listening to. You know, actually, I like listening to Kana as well. Oni Kana. I like listening to her talk too. Trying to think. I do not know who that is. I think I like Mata's voice too. AI Candy. She's a voice I like. You may actually start noticing a pattern here. I'm trying to think of the type of voices I like. Like, I like Toa's voice, but that's when she's speaking normally and not when she's putting on her idol voice. Louis from Hololive as well. Okayu. I would not be able to associate and remember a voice from someone I've only checked out once. Glory Hammer was a nice vibe theme for me. Like Giga's voice I like too. I like Giga's voice. Oh, Girl DM's voice. I like Girl DM's voice. Very much like Girl DM. Trying to think the type of voices I like and what they kind of fall under. Cause I'm like trying to think about it. Cause you're either falling under your voice is fine. I have no particularly like strong preference like to listen to your voice type, and it's just like, you know, you have a voice. Right? But and then there's the ones I actually genuinely like. So there's like two camps for voices. Okay, that's not true. There's three camps. For me, when it comes to voices, there are three camps. There's the voices that I like listening to. Like, I'll go out of my way to find people with voices like this. You have a very standard, normal-ish voice, which I will still probably classify as nice. Or the third option, which is just kind of unlucky and not the person's fault when it hurts. Like, those are the three categories of voices for me. There's no, like, voice type I kind of hate. Unless it's, like, hurts my ears. I like you like my voice? Thanks. I think my accent is a mashup of Brit, Kiwi, and a bit of American. Yeah, so I have what I would call a mashup of Australian, Kiwi, American, Chinese, or rather like Southeast Asian. That's the mix-up. That's the mashup. This is the result. More predominantly on the English-speaking countries. But if you were able to pick me out as a Kiwi, I would be surprised if anyone was able to pick me out as a Kiwi without me telling them. My accent has taken a large departure from the Kiwi accent. the only way you'd be able to tell is from very, very specific words. And even then it might be hard. I have like a trace of Kiwi left in me. It's so hard to try and do an accent mimicry on an accent that you used to have. I don't even know how I would speak if Kiwi. Oh, just a smidge, bro. Just a smidge. I just know the slang that we used to use a lot in the way we spoke rather than the accent. It was just a lot of, when you're talking to someone, instead of going, yep, mm-hmm, you go, hey, oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Nah, yeah. Yeah, nah, yeah, mate. There's like a bunch of stuff. Maybe the only high-pitched or artificially high-pitched voice is hard to be received in the long term. Yeah, for me, it's like, if your voice has like grating qualities to it, and I hate to use the word grating because that's how it feels to my ears. If your voice is an assault to my ears, then it's not that I hate it, it's more the fact that I am in a position of, fuck! It's unfortunate. Like, I don't think I've ever hated anyone for having like a quote-unquote annoying voice. I don't think there's such thing as an annoying voice for me, personally. I think there's annoying ways of speaking. I've tried forcing a southern drawl, but it gets so grating to my ears, much more tolerable when heard from others. Southern drawl. I wish I was able to pull off a southern drawl. I really want to learn how to do a southern belle. But there's not enough southern belles. There's not enough fucking media of people speaking like a southern belle. Just sound like I grew up on a farm? Nothing wrong with that. It's not like I hate your voice or anything, it's just my body's reaction. It's a case of, if your voice is grating, it is possible for me to listen as long as I lower you to the point where it doesn't make my ears ring or hurt. So, like that. It's the shrill voices. If your voice is shrill, those are the ones that hurt my ears. And I don't even know if it's like a autism thing, because it might be a sensory issue. It just might be a sensory issue with a lot higher pitches. When someone has a shrill voice. Sometimes it's down to microphone quality. I've only ever heard someone speak like anywhere close to a voice like that once in my life, in real life. Because most of the time, whenever I hear people like that online, it's usually something to do with the microphone and how it gets translated in through to my headphones. But if I ever hear them in real life, they sound like completely fine. It's funny sounds. Sometimes when you hear someone, you just get frustrated out of nothing. Okay. Yeah, I think... Yeah, hi! Bothering me again, huh? Have I been streaming too long? Is that it? Silly cat. You know, just thinking about voices. Still. I'm like very, very slowly coming around on my voice. Like after listening to my VODs, like listen to me talk when I watch myself. I find myself not having a visceral reaction to want to fucking immediately close it. I used to fucking hear my voice, immediately fucking get just a visceral fucking reaction of disgust. And just need to stop listening. Because it hurts. Oh god, does it hurt when you hear yourself? A lot of people hate how they hate it when they hear themselves. Just like how I feel like a little weird when I talk without my headphones on. I feel a little weird. Because there's a little bit of muffled quality to my voice when I have headphones on that I won't normally have. So I have no idea how I sound without it, unless I go and listen to a VOD. And man, I still don't really like my voice. Like I can listen to it for long periods now, but that's about it. I still have to say, there was that one time I just left it on and I was listening to myself just in the background, and then I heard myself talking about something and I was like, what the fuck even the context for me to be even talking about this shit? Like, generally just a moment of, what the fuck am I talking about? I don't have a voice in my head. I hate to, like, it's gonna be really fucking hard for me to describe. I don't really hear sounds in my head. Like, the quote-unquote voice in my head doesn't even have, like, a voice to it. It is, like, audible, but as if it had no sound. I wouldn't even describe it as neutral. It's almost like text, but not text. I don't know how to describe it. It's ethereal in nature. Yeah. I've heard some people online that I've met, and they sound so much deeper in real life. And I've heard the reverse. I've heard someone recorded, and they sound deep, and I met them in real life, and their voice was a lot higher than I expected. Oh, do I talk to myself in my head? Sort of, yeah. More like it's more like I have conscious thoughts in my head, right? But it's usually more than one. I have a lot of thoughts in parallel. If the best way to describe it, because I have ADHD, right? The best way for me to describe it is the fact that there's a lot of voices in parallel. And then there's the sort of kind of like subconscious noise of my thoughts before they become tangible thoughts. Like, I hear that. I always like to talk to the smart people. Of course I have discussions in my head. What does that mean? What are you saying? What are you implying? Calling me schizo? I do like having deeper discussions with people. It satisfies You're insinuating they're the smart one, Ko. I understand. Fucking emo. Yeah, it's not like I have a narrator in my head. It's so strange to describe because I have a hard time not even visualizing. It's not visualizing. It's how do I describe audio? I have a really hard time imagining sounds in my head and hearing it as if I was like actually hearing it. It's more like it's the essence of the sound or idea of the sound. It's so fucking hard to describe. It's so hard to describe. It's not like I don't know what some stuff sounds like. It's just I won't actually really experience it as if I'm hearing it. Yep, it's aphantasia. It's aphantasia for audio. There was a word for this. Auditory aphantasia. What the fuck? Anoralia. When you have a mother that gets into arguments with a wall, you start to understand. Idea of sound without sound sounds understandable. But yeah, when people ask me, do I hear a voice in my head that sounds like me? Nope. It sounds nothing like me because I don't hear it at all. But it's not like I don't have the thoughts there. They're still there. They still exist. And it's still a lot of them. Many thoughts in parallel. And then there's, if you go deeper, there's like the quieter ones that are there. Then you have like the sort of like subconscious thoughts. I feel like it's more like I notice essentially subconscious thoughts. It's really weird. And I know my medication's worn off because I can hear is like probably the best description, even though I don't really hear anything. What I'm about to say before I actually say it. So, take that as you will. That's what it's like for me when I'm not on medication. When I'm on medication, I kind of just talk, and I don't really hear the like backstage. Yeah, thoughts, words that I hear but no actual sound. That's the best way I can describe it. That's why when I think, I don't think with my voice. Like, it's like my brain can sort of picture what something sounds like, but not really. It's so hard to even notice that that was a thing that I had until way later when I thought about it. Because it came up a long time ago. People were just like, oh yeah, don't you like imagine thoughts inside your own head as your own voice or something like that? And I'm like, no. I don't hear like any particular voice in my head when I'm thinking. You ever find yourself repeating what others say in your head without thinking about it? No. I don't find myself doing that. Sometimes I think I use mouth because it helps me resolve problem easier with audio cue. Yeah, I don't think out loud ever. Like that's not a thing I've ever done. I've never really thought out loud. I don't even mutter. You know how some people talk and how people think and they're just kind of like, yeah, so it's like it's and oh, it's you know how they like they do that? They like sort of mumble under their breath when they're thinking to themselves. So can you hold a tune/song in your head? Like, sort of? It's weird. It's really weird. I really don't know how I could describe it. Like sometimes I'll unconsciously fucking sing along to my playlist. But that's like normal. Or hum along to it. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about this stuff. So it's so very, 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 very strange. Just like the very strange thing for me was when I discovered that. Because right now I don't feel that. But when I'm on medication, I feel it. The whole can hear. Someone helped me with this analogy the other day. It's like normally with ADHD, all right, when my symptoms aren't medicated, you know, and they're unmanaged, it's like I have a backstage crew that are talking really loudly and not doing their job. And when I'm on medication, it's like the backstage crew is still there, but now they're working quietly and effectively. That's the difference. So it's whether or not I can hear the backstage crew and whether or not they're fucking slacking or not. So Michi actually had a kind of description that was fairly accurate to how it's sort of like in my brain, but without the like sort of sound associated with it. So let me put this on because my experience with it is very similar. I have no idea what Michi has. I have no idea what Michi has. She might have ADHD. I have no clue. Okay, so all right, here we go. So
head massager. So this is like that. I don't know how to explain it, but I've had that for like a very long period of time. Some days it's like not that bad. Some days it's not the best. But I've had that ever since I was in middle school. Like it's not the best way I can explain it is it isn't a big deal because it doesn't affect my daily life. You know, like it's not like I hear this and I break down and I am unable to do anything, right? So it's not a big deal. That's according to what my doctor told me. Like, it doesn't really affect your daily life, so it's okay. I always thought, like, is that normal? Or is it, like, weird? How are you not crazy? I'm medicated. I saw an ADHD meme the other day that made me like, no fucking way, this was not normal. I told chat this before, where it's like, I sometimes don't feel hunger. The way I know to eat is when like I get the jitters, you know, like my hands start shaking, my body starts shaking, and I get very weak, and I'm like, oh, it's time to eat, and then I eat. And then I saw that exact meme where it's like ADHD people be like, and it's like, uh-oh, my hands are shaking, time to eat. And I was like, no fucking way, dude, no fucking way.
That's actually such a fucking
real thing.
You only eat when you
start taking hunger damage. Yeah, but like I don't notice that I'm hungry, so it's kind of hard to tell. Michi, we're trying so hard to keep you alive. Please stop. I'm okay. Like, I know I sound like I'm insane, right? I know it sounds like I'm going crazy and it's insane. But I've had this for so long. Like, at first, I probably did go a little insane. But now, it's like white noise. You know what I mean? Like, now I'm used to it. So it doesn't really matter. You are insane. Dude! Maybe it's like ADHD. I've never been diagnosed for it. That's why I never thought that it was the autism test.
The used to it. Yep.
I scored possible, but could just be anything else. TBH, I think. It was like, there is a chance, but it also could be anything else. Which is like every other test. It's like, you could potentially be depressed. Or, it's like, you know when you Google a symptom and Google's like, well, it could be a flu, or it could be life-threatening cancer, or it could just be the common cold. So it's like, oh, thanks. That helped a lot. That really like scaled
Brain
it
goes
down
into
to a
song
very
mode. Mine
small
doesn't do that.
pool, and I know how to treat it. Thanks, Google. One of those. I swear to God, that overlapping thing, I'm so happy some people actually, well, not happy because I know it's annoying, but I'm so happy some people, you know, I'm not alone in this. It's not that crazy. That's also why I can't focus on jack shit. And also why I can't do like big conversations. I don't know if chat notices this, right? every time in like Lethal Company collabs, I'm like quieter. During the Cobblemon thing, every time there's a lot of people like gathering together, I usually like run away and like I just leave. I can't do it. Like I can barely have a one-to-one conversation and I can't focus if there's like 4 people talking. And then I jump from one topic to another to another. Cause like, I don't know, it's in my brain. So it's you learn to live with it. So I don't know.
Where was it?
Saw someone fail it. Okay, dude. Yeah. Oh wow. And then wow.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's this part.
Like, on
Somehow
top
I
of each
skipped it.
other at the same time for all the times I'm awake and sober.
Here we go.
It goes away.
There we go. There we go. There was like an actual audio example of what it's like overlaid together. Now to break your mind, imagine that, but without actual sound. But it's still there. It's very, very present, and there is more than one. You can't quote-unquote hear them, but they are still very, very present. It's like that for me. That's like the best way I can describe it. Is to piggyback off of Michi's explanation and the editing, where they fucking overlaid all the sounds together. Yeah, it's like that. When I'm not medicated. Just constant thought, like my brain is never quiet. There's no such thing as fucking quiet brain. I thought that's how everyone was like. I thought everyone just had, their mind was always thinking, like it was always active. I thought that's how it was. And I find out that some of you fuckers actually just have what you would describe as a quiet brain. Hey, fucking, excuse me? It's like when I got the advice from my, like, aunt and my cousin back then. It's like, oh, if you need to fall asleep, just think of nothing. The fuck do you mean, think of nothing? Ah! You're asking for the impossible here. How do I think of nothing? What does that even mean? And then you just sit there and you overthink it. You start questioning the concept of nothing. Yeah, your advice didn't help. Now I'm staying up more. Do I dream? From time to time. Or rather, the more accurate thing is I only remember my dreams sometimes. Not always. But yeah, I do dream. Everyone actually dreams, is what we found, is that everyone actually dreams. It's whether or not you can remember it when you wake up. That's the factor that differs from person to person, is how often you will remember your dream. If you don't feel like you dream much, then, yeah. You don't remember it. Everyone goes through dreams. Call it not having a quiet brain, but hollow space vacuum mode. Yeah. But yeah, no, after I took the medication, I really truly understood what it meant to have a quiet brain. Like, how clear it is to think. Like, how much easier it is to actually think when you're not trying to fucking fight for, like, essentially control. Oh, no, you actually just don't dream. You don't go into REM sleep? They sleep studied you? Like, you just skip the REM phase completely? That's weird. Wait a second. How's your, like, actual sleep? Going to a sleep tracker I've been using, I really go into REM sleep as well. So REM sleep actually doesn't really last that long. REM is usually on the shorter side. Like, the amount of time you spend in REM is really short. And that's generally when you dream? Generally, but you can dream in non-REM states too. It's a bit weird. No, I'm talking. I'm responding to the fact that Valkyrie said that they rarely go into REM sleep. But yeah, you don't have REM sleep or deep sleep, so you don't sleep well at all. So you just have sleep issues. Because there are long-term health risks associated with not getting enough REM sleep. No, I haven't read the article about the Dream Reader. Let me see. It's fucking article. Okay, that doesn't help. You sleep about 4 to 6 hours a day? Same! I also sleep for about 4 to 6 hours a day. I will wake up. I will genuinely wake up a lot like an hour or two before I'm supposed to actually be awake. Even if I sleep at fucking whatever. The sensation when you feel like you're falling, then wake up abruptly is typically a sign that you're dreaming outside of REM sleep. Really? Interesting. Dear reader, scientists created a unique device to record human dreams. Japanese researchers have crafted a revolutionary device that can record and play back your dreams with yesterday. Imagine being able to watch your dreams as if they were movies. Okay, that is some fucking reporter embellishment, and probably not at all what it can actually do. Telling me that you can fucking watch your dreams as if they were movies is some sci-fi bullshit, and probably misreading the actual fucking studies. Yeah, it can record the neuro data. Yeah, okay, so detailed neuroactivity, related dreaming, covered with REM sleep. To say we were able to dream brain during sleep, which was consistent with subject's verbal reports. Blah blah blah. Blah. There's no way you'll be able to actually view it like a fucking actual movie, like where it's actually clear. So, the video on this dream recording device. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's exactly what I fucking. Yeah. Images reconstructed from human brain activity. Okay, that's from 13 years ago. It is not clear like a movie. But let's see. 5 years ago, dream recording. But if we ever do get to the point where we can actually fully record the dreams, I don't know how you would even do that. Like, I generally don't even know how you would do that. But yeah, we can know. We're already at a point where we can record something and try and recreate something from the neural activity. Like, we're already there. But to the point where you can watch it in, like, fucking 4K or some shit like that? Nah, we're way off. You'll be lucky to get fucking 80p. I don't think I would even want to see a recording of any of my dreams. Yeah, I don't really want to see, but I can see the benefits that would bring if you were able to properly record it. Anything you get from dreams is gonna be fucking vague. Vague as shit. Basically, any dream I remember is awful, horrible shit. I swear you don't have normal dreams. I swear you get nightmares. Yeah, my dreams are abstract. My dreams are so fucking abstract. I don't even know how to even begin to describe my dreams. They are not grounded in reality. My dreams are never grounded in reality. Last dream that I remember clearly was about a dark night in a gothic manor on the blood moon, and I was hiding in a huge safe from vampires. It was at least 24 years ago. Oh, okay, damn. Yeah, I dream about, I tend to dream about things that happened, generally. Last dream I had, I got beat to death by a group of kids. Oh, lovely. I don't know if I can call yours dreams, Rage. I think you have nightmares. I don't think you dream. I think you nightmare. Like, genuinely, I'm, like, pretty sure you just have nightmares. Not every nightmare nowadays. When you're an adult, nightmares are, like, a bit different. As a kid, they, like, can, like, jump scare you awake, but nightmares nowadays are just kind of, like, really unpleasant dreams. I'd say you can call them bad dreams, but they're not as visceral. I feel like they're still nightmares. At least how I would describe a nightmare. Yeah, okay, there you go. Nightmare, a frightening or unpleasant dream. And I think if you're having unpleasant dreams, then they're nightmares. An unpleasant dream that can cause strong emotional response from the mind, typically fear, but also despair, anxiety, disgust, or sadness. Yep. When you're an adult, nightmares happen when your eyes are still open. Yeah. My knife is a nightmare, Naruto. Fuck. What do you call dreams where you're fucking steamrolling your demons? I'd call that a dream. You're starting to sound like you're having dreams like me. Like I said, my dreams aren't fucking grounded in reality. But that's the type of dreams I have, man. I'm usually some kind of a fucking absolute fucking beast in a dream. I've given Rage a real hug. And next time I see him, he gets another hug. Like, that's just how it goes. That's just life, man. If you don't have good dreams, you don't have good dreams. Yep. That's life. Alright. This is probably the longest I've been streaming for a while now, right? Yes. You know, Rage will live. Like, holy fuck. 9 hours? What am I doing? Let me see. Effective. Before it wears off. Dexamphetamine, the effects of short-acting tablet can last around 4 to 6 hours, and the long-acting can last approximately 8 to 12 hours. I can feel it wearing off around 5 hours of taking one time. Sometimes I crash really badly for about 30 minutes, other times I don't really know this. Short-acting films last for 3 to 6 hours, long about 12 hours. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, more often than not, though, nightmares and dreams that peek into the subconscious, so a lot can be interpreted or misinterpreted from them. Yeah, no, fucking interpreting dreams it's a wash, dude. There's no consistency to interpreting dreams. So if we ever interpret a dream, you know, you take both, or whatever the fuck interpretations they are. Like, I dream about zombies all the fucking time. Does it actually mean anything? Like, dreams about zombies. What does that mean? Show me, Dream Dictionary. Zombies occur when we either 1. Embark on a new beginning, 2. Are stressed out. Here we go. Dream about being chased by zombies is stressed out and worry. Dreams about turning into a zombie, unable to control emotions. Dreams of protecting your home against zombies because new start. Witness a zombie apocalypse, new beginning. Heard of or had a virus that makes people act like zombies, new chances. Like, what the? Attacked zombies, worried about something in life. Know someone who turned into a zombie or was bitten by a zombie. Lack of understanding. Cut off a zombie's head. Poor relationships. Guys, maybe I have poor relationships because I very, very vividly remember cutting off zombies' heads in one of my dreams. But, like, I don't think it actually means anything in particular. Just, I don't know. Dream dictionaries are fucking weird. It's such a wash whether or not it's something that actually... I'll tell you what I do end up dreaming about. I dream about... from time to time, I dream about stuff I'm worrying about, and it's literally the stuff I'm worrying about. It's very fucking direct. If I ever have a dream about something that's on my mind, I'm dreaming about that thing specifically, not some weird fucking abstract dream about it. No, it's gonna be about that thing. Like, I had a dream about someone who was not in my life anymore showing up again. Like, it's those type of dreams I'll have if it's something that happened, and usually it's within a couple of months, recent type deal, and then eventually I'll just stop dreaming about them completely. Yeah, so when it comes to dreams, it's just kind of like, whatever. You know, whatever. It is what it is. Yes. But they've never been anything fucking huge. They've always been mundane. Every single time they've shown up, a dream like that has always been something weird and mundane. Never anything significant. Never. Never anything significant. Like, they're not even, like, memorable events. I do remember waking up from one and just going, that's weird. I don't think I'd ever fucking play that game. And lo and behold, fucking, like, a year later, I ended up playing that game. I was like, what the fuck? It's like the mundane dream is me doing something that I wouldn't actually be doing in that point in time. But I'm, like, missing context to, like, why I was even doing it. And then it happens and I have all the context. I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? I dreamed about this. So strange. I have freaking apocalyptic visions that would make Stephen King inspired. Damn! That's crazy. I feel like if you were to give someone to be in my shoes and experience my mind, I think they'd probably freak out a bit. Unless you were someone that had similar conditions to me. It's pretty chaotic up there. And a lot of the time when I'm not medicated, I am working hard to filter through all the fucking inane and useless thoughts. And intrusive. Usually there's more intrusive than there are inane thoughts, but I'm usually trying to dig through them to even find anything useful to work with. Chaotic neutral update. Yeah, sure. Sure. I don't think it's neutral. But the spread of intrusive thoughts goes from anywhere from 40% to like, I don't know, 80 to 90%. Depends on how I'm doing, really. 40% is on the low side. They're always there, ever present. I cannot escape them. They're always there. Fucking sounding like my fucking judgmental ass parents. I already got that from my parents. I don't need that from myself, but there they are. There they fucking are. You learn to fucking essentially ignore them, but they're still kind of noisy, so you kind of fucking have to try your best to try and perk your ears up and try and hear the useful thoughts in there. That's what I mean by when I rummage around up there, trying to find useful things. Just a very much of a thoughts can be really hard to organize sometimes. Okay. Guys, I think I should call it here. I think I may have overdone it a bit today. Not that I feel bad or like I'm tired or anything like that, but I think I should probably go so I don't end up streaming for fucking 10 years. Oh boy, if you fell asleep during my stream. I sure hope this doesn't actually wake you up. Wake up, chat. I'm leaving. Let's find someone to raid. Alright. Let's find someone to raid. Oh, I know where to send you guys. Okie dokie. Thank you for hanging out with me, everyone. I'll drop my socials here, so you guys can follow me. If you're new here, you can follow me and all of that stuff and all that fun stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for spending 9 entire hours with me today. Y'all are great. I will see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully I don't overdo it and overwork myself. I think I'm fine. I genuinely think I'm fine, but yeah, I will see you guys. I think I'm sending you here because why not? Hope you guys have fun there. Get your raid messages ready. Time for some community solidarity. Yeah? Get them ready. Come on. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!